Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee, day number 2. We have committee in a day, kind of a day in a not quite a full day. We have a goal to adjourn the day at 2:30 p.m. to get through our work. So just kind of keep that in mind that what's in 2:30 p.m. is not what we have. All right. With that, we go to our first topic, which is electric utilities education session, and we have the Public Service Commission. Come on up. Welcome. I think that mic is just always on.
Yeah, it is always. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Both Mr. Chairman, the co-chairman, members of the committee. I'm Mary Throne. I'm the current chairman of the Public Service Commission. With me today, we'll start on the right. John Burbridge, our Secretary and General Counsel, Commissioner Robinson, and to my left is Deputy Chairman Petrie. The consumer advocate is also here, and they will come up separately. He will come up separately because we took all the chairs. So with that, I believe you should have a slideshow that we have prepared. And in my discussions with co-chairman Case, I said we were going to touch on a number of topics at a high level, just to introduce you to what is on our plate. And for my friends from Northeast Wyoming, it's kind of like the Powder River, mile wide and HDS used to say. So feel free to interrupt with questions if that's what you prefer, Chairman Olson, or wait till the end, however you would like to do it. So we are calling this an introduction to electricity regulation. Getting into the meat of it, the Wyoming Public Service Commission has been around for a long time, since 1915. In Wyoming, we're a statutory creation. Some states, their public service commissions, it's a minority, they're constitutional creations. But the Wyoming Public Service Commission is statutory, which of course means our authority comes from the legislature. The Office of Consumer Advocate, and he'll go more into the function of his division, was created in by the legislature in 2003 as an independent division of the commission. Our legal authority, which is on the next slide, is broad. Under Wyoming Statute 37.2-112, we have general and exclusive power to regulate and supervise every public utility within the state, according to the Act. Our fundamental responsibility is to ensure that public utilities operating in Wyoming provide safe, adequate, and reliable service to customers at just and reasonable rates. That's pretty much the mission of every public service commission in the country, and then also, frankly, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission knows for it. The Supreme Court has stated that the Commission gives paramount consideration to the public interest, and the desires of the utility are secondary. So we regulate in the public interest consistent with the statute. And all of this comes from the regulatory compact. The government grants a company a monopoly for the sale and distribution of utility poles in a defined service territory. And in exchange, the company commits to supply the full quantities of service demanded by those customers. Again, at a price calculated to provide recovery of all prudently incurred operating costs, plus an opportunity, and that's an important word, an opportunity to earn a reasonable return on investment. There's no guarantee of the return, but there is an opportunity. And this is, why do we have public utilities? Public utilities have been deemed a natural monopoly. And our role as the regulator is to stimulate the result that the market would provide.
That's the wrong guy.
I read this slide and the previous one. The Public Service Commission has a special mission to protect the public interest and to really be the representative of the public and protect their interests. And that is different from the court that has to make a decision based strictly on the evidence in front of it. You have a special mission that goes a bit beyond that and have a special, special need to correct. If you're hearing just one side, you have to recognize that and correct and allow for that. Is that a correct reading of the federal law?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. Yes, it is. And to give you an example of where that comes into play in a routine situation, in cases in front of us, you may have a case with multiple parties and say they reach a settlement, a stipulation in a settlement, which of course we like because that can sometimes lead to a better result. In the situation of a court, in most circumstances, a court would just accept what the parties agreed to. But we have an independent obligation to evaluate whether the stipulation is in the public interest. And we have rejected or modified stipulation to address issues that we think were not in the public interest.
Oh, yeah, great. And it seems to me that goes hand in glove with the fact that the legal process is not like coming to the legislative committee. You got to be a party, and the general public doesn't come to you as much. So you have to take special precautions to make sure you aren't just here at one side. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, that is true, and that's where the consumer advocate comes in. If they are in the case, they don't have to participate in every case. But that is a function that they can fit as well. But that is something we do have to guard against, because frequently, and I'm getting a little ahead of you, Senator Scott, but those are good questions. We do have to be mindful that we don't always hear all sides of the story, and that the staff plays a function in that too, in terms of scrutinizing what is presented to us before we get to the hearing. They issue information requests and probe what a company has given to us. But frequently in our cases, we will have what I would consider big players in the consumer advocate. In other states, there might be, and occasionally we have public interest groups, but in other states, they might have, a specific nonprofit that represents low-income consumers. Sometimes ARC has been known to participate in our cases, although not as party, I think, since I've been on the position. So, just want to briefly get back to the concept of a natural monopoly. So if you think about what utilities do, it's more efficient to have a natural monopoly, because you wouldn't want everybody out there building transmission and distribution systems. And I think probably what makes our system work, if you compare it with maybe developing or underdeveloped countries where they don't have like an organized utility system, everybody's kind of on their own, nobody's connected to the grid. And so that is sort of the role of a natural monopoly of a utility. Attempting to simulate competition in the market, but you wouldn't really want 20 Cheyenne Light Keeling powers, for example, in Cheyenne. It wouldn't be efficient. And I keep looking at him because he's got more experience with these things, so he's free to jump in at any time. So who do we regulate? We regulate natural gas, electric, water, intra-state pipelines, as well as some telecommunication companies, and you'll hear more about telecommunication later. In order to be regulated, the operation has to be retail to or for the public. The public can be very small. Very few customers can constitute the public. And I'll just mention that is an area where the Supreme Court has not given us a lot of guidance on the definition of to and for the public. And so that is something where we have some ability to interpret to and for the public. Public has to be in Wyoming. We don't regulate interstate commerce, and utilities do not have to be for profit. So, for example, the cooperatives, the retail cooperatives, and I know you'll hear from them later, are nonprofits. And so, when it comes to the number of entities in Wyoming, we regulate 5 investor-owned utilities, commonly referred to as IOUs, 17 rural electric cooperatives, 9 natural gas or propane distribution utilities, 382 telecommunication companies, 20 interstate pipelines, and 12 water utilities. And our water utilities tend to be pretty small. We don't regulate municipal water systems, municipal gas and electric utilities. For example, the city of Torrington is a municipal utility. But to the extent they have customers outside their city limits, we do regulate that service. Again, we don't regulate interstate pipelines, wholesale generation and transmission cooperatives, such as Bison Electric and Tri-State, which own some large coal-fired facilities in Wyoming. We don't regulate wireless or broadband and television, and cable. I almost took out cable television companies because so many of us don't even have cable anymore. It used to be a separate line on the slide, and I decided it really didn't justify a separate line. So, and again, I won't talk a lot about rural electrics, but we do have limited authority over rural electric companies. So, how do we regulate utilities? You want to take a picture? And we touched on this briefly with Senator Scott already, but he raised very important points that I don't think the general public understands, and something public commissions across the country struggle with is explaining to the public how we function, now that there seems to be sort of a heightened interest in what we do. The commission does function as a quasi-judicial agency. subject to the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. So a lot of our proceedings are what we call contested cases. The three of us function as administrative law judges. We have input from staff. Generally, staff in Wyoming does not appear as a witness. That varies from state to state, but they advise us extensively before cases, and they also participate in cases, asking questions. We have legal staff running the hearings. So we get sworn testimony, it's usually pre-filed, written testimony, which is different. I can't believe we only have one attorney. Am I right? Only one attorney on the corporations?
I do have 4.
I knew, Mr. Chairman's in the case, I did that intentionally, so. So because we function in a quasi judicial capacity, we're subject to all the limitations on ex parte communications. We don't discuss cases in public. And something that a lot of folks don't understand is we deliberate in public. So it's not like the three of us legally, nor do we go into a back room somewhere before we decide things. Come to a conclusion. We could only discuss procedural matters privately, and then we're pretty careful about how we do that. And I think so. For example, my experience when I sat where you all are sitting is generally we all talk to each other before we voted on something, and so you had a decent idea of what was going to happen before it happened. But we can't do that. So I think that's something that the public doesn't understand. And also because we do decide cases, if a member of the public wants to actively participate, which they sometimes do, they have to intervene as a party. And we have pretty flexible intervention requirements when we do have deadlines, but we're flexible. And we do also allow public comment in all of our proceedings and encourage public comment. But again, public comment is not given away from evidence. So sorry.
Sure, thank you. I wasn't quite sure where to jump in. Representative Commissioner Brown, good to see you. Thank you. I had a constituent reach out to me within the last week, actually, and she has contacted the commission and is hoping to go in front of the commission. I'm at a little bit of a loss as to walk her through that because I've never been in front of the commission before. But will she have? She has experienced about a 30% rate increase according to what she has reported, and that's dramatic for her. And will she have the same standing as a corporation, for example? Will you take her case up individually? Is that how that works, or what can she expect? Can you speak to that a little bit, Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon. Carefully, I'll speak to that. Yes, if she is filing a complaint and it's not resolved, we have a complaint section, and they attempt to resolve those issues for citizens, with the utility. But if it's not resolved, she can bring a case to the commission. We do have on the website sort of a pro se, meaning somebody who's not represented by an attorney checklist. But to be perfectly honest, it's not easy if you're pro se. That's true in any pro se parties in court have challenges. But yes, if she comes in as a party, she's a party with all the rights of every other party.
Thank you, appreciate it. Commissioner, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of follow-up on that too. There is currently a rate. I'm not sure what utility you're referring to, but we're in this situation. There's currently a rate process that's going on with one of the major utilities in Wyoming. And they have an open docket, and they would have an opportunity for this woman to participate in that docket. She would not be a party to the docket unless they actually let her. And she could request to be an intermediary, and which kind of late. That's a big undertaking. The commission certainly listened to their testimony regarding rates and rate experience, and it has a different class of evidence. Be a public comment in this docket, and that's an avenue for it too. That's a little less formal and would allow her to communicate on something that's being discussed right now, which is part and again talk about the merits of that. But that procedure, I think she could fit into that in terms of being a protest.
Mr. Chairman and Chair, I really appreciate that. I guess the reason I brought this up this morning with our commissioner is it's difficult for a constituent like her to first of all reach out to me, who does not have the knowledge that the chairman has, but has enough to at least advocate on her behalf. But immediately we learn that it's better if you find an attorney. It's better if you get prepared for the bureaucracy. That's tough. That's tough for our constituents out there. So I just wanted to be sure to dig down a little deeper on that front and get a feel for we've got constituents back home for a little bit in a perfect storm right now. We've got utility rates raising very dramatically. We've got property taxes that have shot out of sight because of outside pressures of what's going on with the real estate market, et cetera. So, you try to do what you can for your constituents, and right now it feels like a pretty steep hill for them to climb on this front. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon. No, you're absolutely right, and certainly our staff is available to answer questions. Because I, came from the political world where I had a pretty public presence for a number of years. People will reach out to me directly with questions, and I'm learning that it's better if I, pass them to staff. But our staff tries to remain accessible, and if your constituent is having any difficulty reaching through to staff, we can give you some pointers offline. But I think that's in this climate that we're in. Natural gas bills were high this year, electricity's going up. Your bills are probably a lot more complicated than they used to be. A lot of little line items. If any of you are scrutinizing your bills, our bills in Cheyenne are particularly full of verbiage. So we constantly try to emphasize to utilities that the bills need to be clear, not confusing, and we do try to regulate that side of it as well. Asking them about their call centers and their people on staff, and it's sort of a constant discussion, but it's important to hear from people like you too, if we're not as accessible and convenient for the public as we need to be. Just to quickly go back to the complaint process, we Our complaint staff does also like work with people who call in to confirm that the bill was accurate. And then if it's a situation where they need assistance, to try and refer them to appropriate entities for assistance. The LEAP program, I think as many of you may know, is not run through the Public Service Commission. It's run through the Department of Family Services, which is the most well-known public assistance that's available.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
And I'm not going to talk about all of these, but we do have a number of different kinds of proceedings, general rate cases. We've got big ones coming up. And then some.
Senator.
It seems to me that this discussion we just had illustrates one of the big problems we're facing with any public service commission, public utilities commission. You have the phenomenon known as regulatory capture, because it is difficult for the public to get in front of and express their opinion. With the commission, and the commission tends to hear from the utilities disproportionately, because they're the ones, A, with the special interest, and B, with the resources to afford the formal processes, legal processes that are involved. And we are taking, and I hope that we go through, we'll comment more on the efforts the commission makes to avoid that kind of phenomenon, because it's very human. If you just hear one side of the story all the time, after a while you have to start believing it. And so I hope in this presentation that you will cover all the ways you do get public input. Also want to ask, one of the solutions to the problem like that is to elect a public service commission. How many other states do that? There are a few.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I used to know that number. The majority are not elected, and in New Mexico, they had an elected commission, and it was not, well, anyway, I won't speak of my former New Mexico colleagues. They were great people, but there were concerns about having an elected commission, and they recently switched to an appointed commission. The legislature changed the law. Montana, in our region, Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota have elected commissions. In the South, they tend to have more elected commissions. Georgia, I think it's in the teens. Georgia, Mississippi have pretty, Louisiana have elected commissions, or is appointed. That's just a quick thumbnail sketch. There are pluses and minuses to vote, so I'll just add that.
Bison.
We might be here all morning if we're not careful. So just a list of the different kind of cases we have. I won't highlight all of them, but I just wanted to mention commodity cost pass-ons, because that has been the source of a lot of increases this year. Not so well in electric and natural gas bills, but primarily natural gas bills. So those are cases where the utility comes in a regular basis. It varies among utilities how often they come in. But the cost of the commodity, the cost of natural gas, the companies do not make money on that. It's a pass on. So I think as all of you know, natural gas prices have been very volatile and of late high. So that affects your natural gas bill. But with the increasing use of natural gas to generate electricity, it also affects your electric bill. And that's something that I've had people ask me about, why is my natural gas bill so high? So I wanted to highlight that for you, and then I really hold them. So They're trending downward right now, but again, over the last few years have been very volatile. Certificates of public convenience and necessity, that's kind of a mouthful, CPCNs. Before a facility is constructed, a company has to demonstrate to us that it's necessary and in the public interest. So for instance, Gateway South came before us. But in 2019, I believe it was 2019, you passed a bill requiring what is called a non-situs CPCN. And under certain circumstances, if a company is building, this primarily applies to Rocky Mountain Power, building a facility in another state, and that meets a certain cost threshold, and it's going to be used to serve Wyoming ratepayers, they have to come to us for what's called a non-situs CPCN. And that's a relatively, as I said, I think it was 2019 statutory change. So those are just a couple of the items I want to highlight. We hear a lot about integrated resource plans. We accept those for filing. We don't generally do contested cases on them. We can, don't as a general rule do that because we would have to do it through an initiated investigation. But an integrated resource plan in our process is just a plan. So it doesn't mean they have to, a company with an integrated resource plan has to come in separately to implement those plans. And then I left out one point with the CPCN discussion, just because we let them go, we still have to bring it in to regulation and the cost allocation, and how much of it goes in rate base, and you know, it's very overspending on the project, and we don't think it was prudent. The prudency determination, the rate making treatment of an investor is not determined at the CPCN level, and that's also very specific in the statute now.
One, I'm concerned that the CPCN trying to figure out particularly some of the solar wind, the wind development we're getting. Are in the CPCN designation conveys some rights and privileges that you need to build a wind farm, or if you have a market, you can build it without. Is it apply only to utility owned one? If somebody built one privately, do they need a certificate? I'm confused about how that works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. I'll answer that, but if I get anything wrong, I'll have people correct me. So it's an independent power project, not owned by the utility. We don't have jurisdiction. If it's a project the utility is building, we have jurisdiction. If it's a project that the company is going to purchase, they come in for a CPCN. A lot of times, a company will enter into what is known as a power purchase agreement, but they don't actually acquire the asset. And so we review power purchase agreements, but generally, and then they would be reviewing a rate case, but there's not the level of oversight over the rights that we would have if the company's acquiring a project. Because they acquire a project, it generally goes into rate base, and then they earn that rate of return. You want to add anything?
Senator Scott?
Having certificate of public convenience necessity, Mr. Chairman, because does that convey any rights and privileges, right of condemnation, anything
Yeah.
like that? Is that something you really need to do?
Well, if they didn't get one, they would be by the regulated utility, we may violate our statute, and they wouldn't be, particularly in the non-situs situation, they wouldn't be able to even ask for rate recovery. But going back to your other question, it does confer condemnation rights. I think they both had something they wanted to say, so.
Commissioner. Chairman, thank you, Senator Dodd. The possession of a certificate of public convenience and necessity by the utility does, it does create a presumption when they receive condemnation. If they do. Now, generally, they try not to do that, and they by all appearances, and what I've observed, they make every effort to avoid engaging in condemnation. But having the certificate of public convenience and necessity from the commission stating that this is a project that should be built for the public good is a weighty matter, I believe, in condemnation.
Follow? Good. Senator Scott?
I'm going to have more questions on this as
I'm sure you will.
And I am concerned with what I'm hearing, the way that those are collected by utility rates way up and make the grid unstable. And I think we need to have quite a discussion on that. And is how do we put a stop to any uses there? Is it got to do with the issuance of public convenience and necessity? Or do we say we should not allow those things in the rate base? And there's an interplay with the multi-state agreement, and I'm hoping we'll come out of this session, Chairman, with an understanding of that, understanding where we can intervene by a statute to prevent some of the things that we start to see happen.
Thank you, and we will get into some of those issues, but as I said at the beginning of that, at a high level, but you have a 2-year study, so we won't cover it all.
Yeah, this is meant to be a 2-year study.
But I appreciate the questions. So just quickly, I mentioned certificated territory. This is certificated territory map with each utility and co-op's territory defined. We have ways to resolve issues. So, for example, there might be instances where a rural customer is in the territory of a large investor-owned utility, but the only way to get them power is exceedingly expensive, and there's a rural electric co-op close by. I mean, we all know the geography of Wyoming, and it makes more sense for the cooperative to provide that power, and it can even be reversed. So generally, the companies will work that out, and then just come to us for approval. Occasionally, it brings into a complaint, but that is fairly rare. So we have enough flexibility to handle those disputes. But if you are in the city of Laramie, Rocky Mountain Power is your utility provider. They have an obligation to serve, and we regulate that. So
There's 2 ways to look at this. One is the geographic. Another, when you're in our position, is how much market share in the total electric market each of these players have. of course, important, the state overall. You have a chart that shows that?
No, we don't, but we can bring it to the next meeting. Or probably compile that information.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's important. Because one thing, if it's 2% of the electric market, it's another thing, if it's 50%.
Yeah, let's get that for our next meeting.
And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I think I have to-
No, you're fine.
So the legal foundation, for what we do is the next slide. And, it's also sort of very old case law. We generally just call this open and blue field. We merge them together. The basic principles are fair, just, and reasonable rates has two central elements: the recovery of prudently incurred costs, and as I said, the opportunity to earn a reasonable return on investment. So utilities are not required to provide service for free. And just and reasonable does not, fair, just, and reasonable frequently does not mean cheap. That is an issue because the utilities need to make a return on their investment and on their prudently incurred investment and recover their prudently incurred costs. So we really get into the weeds on those issues in rate cases. And, you know, for example, if there's a lot of our utilities have combined central offices and maybe they have an affiliate company that's not a regulated utility, you know, we go through a process to take those costs out. They don't get to recover those costs for the utility. If they take the board on a fancy retreat, they don't get to recover those costs from the ratepayer, or, you know, a gold-plated faucet in the corporate headquarters. It's not a prudently incurred cost. I don't think we've ever really discussed that since I've been there, but that is to give you an idea.
I looked into this area at a time when I thought, and still do think, that Medicare was discriminating against Wyoming, violating some of the legal precedents, and the precedents nationally go all the way back almost to the time of the Civil War, and really are based in good part on the takings clauses in the Fifth Amendment for federal regulators and the 14th for state. And it's fascinating looking at the development of that law, but there are a lot of precedents from a number of states that have been here, and this is just scratching the surface, which is appropriate. But you're dealing with a very well settled and very frequently litigated body of law, mostly over what a reasonable rate of return.
Right.
You agree?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would agree, and it goes back to the original regulation of the railroads. Our next slide, just on the prudence of investment and expenses. I touched on this already, but these are sort of the specific factors. I would just highlight the last three. The plant investment is used and useful. It has to be used and useful for the purpose of providing utility service. That language is in our statute. Ratepayers need to provide a benefit, and the burden of proof is on the utility to demonstrate that it's met the requirements listed here. But going back to, Senator Scott's concern, typically in our cases, we have large customers in the Black Hills service territory. Microsoft frequently intervenes, the refinery, the former refineries in the Cheyenne area intervene. When it's a Rocky Mountain Power case, we nearly always have the Wyoming industrial energy consumers. And we also have the OCA in those cases. But we tend to see the same people all the time. It's a pretty small crowd of people that do what we do, which is why I'm always kind of excited when all of you come back to town. I get to see more people. We have a big hearing room and it's usually not full. And when it is full, it's always a big surprise to us. But in any event, I'm digressing, and it's now Deputy Chairman Peters' turn because we're moving on to a multi-state system.
And there's that. Where it goes there, and maybe it's later on. I can understand on the expenses are useful, correct, and there's a question about that. What happens when the expenses were really incurred to serve previous generation customers? And they surface at this point, and I'm thinking really of environmental cleanup kind of expenses. How is that handled? The benefit of previous customers, not current.
Yeah.
In the picture, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, first, the attempt is made to coordinate the useful life of a facility. So we're talking about a power plant that potentially unanticipated levels of environmental compliance costs towards the end of at the end of the useful life of it. The attempt is made to pay for that plant over the period that it's going to be in active service. Of course, it's unlikely that you're going to hit that on the nose and wrap it up exactly into rates so that exactly the customers who receive power from that facility are going to pay the exact amount of all this costs, especially as you plan. There can be things that you cannot anticipate with precision. And so there is a possibility that insufficient or too much has been collected to cover those kind of costs that go on in the operation of the facility. And in the case where another thing that can complicate that is when you adjust the time that you plan to put the plant in service. So they start out thinking it's 50 years and collecting your expenses based on that, and those are your estimates. Change that timeline late in the game, especially that can trip up your plan. There's also the possibility that the environmental requirements change. That there's more stringent requirements. So there's a bit of a guessing game there, but the attempt is made to get it right. And it's not right. That is potentially an exception to some regulatory principles where you could have recovery ongoing past the closure of the plant. You could have disallowance if the error is because of the utility's failure to behave prudently in making their projections and estimating those costs. We haven't really experienced this in Wyoming, as far as I know, and it may basically come down to a question of fairness. So it's not necessarily going to be fair to financially punish a company, or it may not necessarily be fair to have customers who are not receiving any service from that plant pay a bill for something that was overlooked or underestimated. So.
Major in the past week, county was in decision. The reason we probably we were looking at as much as $2 billion in costs to clean up, environmental contamination, certain problems. And if that guy's anywhere, close to the right, that's a major cost that somebody's gonna bear. And is it an unrated payer? Ratepayers, they'll get into multi-state agreement. All the ratepayers will benefit, it surely will benefit past users, not current, like gonna be a benefit. I think that's a major issue for the next year. And I agree with you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Senator Scott, just to respond to that, I did not talk a lot about or at all about decommissioning studies and decommissioning costs in this presentation. We can go into that in more detail in the future discussion if that's what you want us to do.
Yeah, I think that's, we're just trying to get 3,000.
And that's the 40,000 for Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, one last bit of response to Senator Scott and move on to the multi-state cost allocation topic. If there is an unknown $2 billion environmental liability out there, and if it's related to one of the power plants in the state, especially if it's the Rocky Mountain Power Situation, then those are multi-state assets that have been in service to provide service throughout Rocky Mountain. So there would be a sharing of that responsibility in some form across the states that have enjoyed the output. And with that, I'd like to go on to talk a bit about multi-state cost allocation. When we have public utilities that operate an integrated system, by which I mean that they generate power, they transport power, they distribute power, and they're a full service utility. They have to have some means to recover the correct or appropriate share of their system costs from each of the jurisdictions that they serve. And there are economies of scale we have by operating in a larger area. And so they do that, and we capture those benefits. There are different components of their facilities. Some of those are of a character that they operate to serve everybody in the system, regardless of the jurisdictional boundaries. So it doesn't have anything to do with their locality. These are usually going to be the transmission and generation facilities, like I was mentioning a minute ago. The power plants in Wyoming have been providing service throughout the Rocky Mountain Power 6-state territory for their entire lifespan. So everybody has to be an appropriate share of that, and you're generally looking for a way to associate the costs that are caused by customers or a jurisdiction to the bill. So the cost causation principle which underlies most of what we do at the Public Service Commission. It's always that you're trying to figure out what kind of costs the customer causes, and then receive the bill for those shared costs. So the big parts of an electric utility system are system resources serving across all of the territory, and they need to be given back into the states for their costs. Distribution systems, like we have to see the poles and transformers and wires and so on. That is not a system resource. That's really just providing the benefit to the local customers. Same thing goes with specific state policies or statutes or rules that you really have to comply with just for the purpose of benefit of one state. And that becomes a site that jurisdictions, they're the ones who cause the cost, and so they are responsible for that. In the example of Rocky Mountain Power, they have a 6-state service territory, and there have been a series of mechanisms that the various state commissions have created, with the exception of why. Never actually, but these are the quote here, the source of typical reasonable opportunity to recover all of the really expensive investment permits on the trading. That's the perspective of the utility. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pursue their legal to recover everything. And if you don't have some kind of a process that acknowledge and recognize the cost of various, you could get different results. So that you went around 5 states and everybody's fair share was 20%, but commissions decided different things by 1% or 2 or 5, then you'd end up with the utility potentially failing to recover legitimate expenses. So there have been a series of mechanisms that provide for the dividing up among the state jurisdictions. This has generally been done on the basis of the jurisdiction's demand on the system. So if you're 15% of the load on the system, then your share, simplifying a bit, but your share of the system costs would correspond with your share of your use of the system, or your 15%. 15% happens to be historically what Wyoming's share of the Pacific or Rocky Mountain Power system expense has been. So like I said, it's been going on for years that there have been a series of arrangements. It's subject to ongoing discussion and negotiation. But then we get to sort of the complicating factors. This is all a fairly straightforward affair if everybody has a common vision of what you want the utility to do. And if you keep it simple and you just ask them for safe, adequate, and reliable service, then it's pretty easy to divvy up the system costs, or relatively easy. When states start to adopt different policies, so the legislators in the various states or commissions or governors drive other kinds of policies besides safe, adequate, and reliable service into the mix, then it starts getting more difficult to sort out who's responsible for the costs of operating the system and for the costs of decisions or the construction of facilities and so on that are made to pursue or satisfy those policies or laws in other states. So at the moment, and for some time now, we're in the midst of a decarbonization or energy transition push. And some of the states in this system have been very aggressive about it, and they are intent on, for example, completely eliminating their involvement with coal-fired power plants or potentially thermal plants of any kind. So then you have a situation where everybody is not interested in all the same. They're not all agreeing on what this appropriate system resources that they should pay their share of are. Then you have states that are adopting different timelines for their reduction of carbon output or for their refusal to take service from certain types of resources. You also have then construction occurring to satisfy the demands on the system while perhaps coal and other thermal plants are eliminated from service. So you have the legacy resources or the coal power plants that may or may not have enough of the jurisdictions interested in and accepting of their output to continue to support them. So this all adds up to a lot of complications in the multi-state cost allocation process.
Questions? First, just a simple one. I've heard this talked about in the Rocky Mountain context. I know both Black Hills and Montana, Dakota, at least have major electric operations that are in small part in Wyoming and largely outside of Wyoming. Is there similar circumstances there? How are those handled?
Excuse me, Commissioner Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that's true. I'm just using Rocky Mountain Power as an example. It's kind of the most famous case in our state, but certainly Black Hills Corporation and its subordinate entities have service and major facilities in Wyoming. Most of their business is in South Dakota or elsewhere, and some in Colorado that we're not really involved with. That's not operated as an integrated system. But in the case of the service between Wyoming and South Dakota, that is not such a complicated affair for cost allocations as it is with Rocky Mountain Power with the 6 jurisdictions and the big divergence in state policies. So between ourselves and South Dakota, there's not a lot of complications.
Senator Scott.
Slightly different. What I hear you describing is a very complex system where the states are developing rather different approaches and big money at stake. And that sounds to me like potential for major litigation over who pays for what. Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things we need to be sensitive to as a committee, and I would like to hear his comments at this point. At what point are we going to have to say we're going to have to invest significantly in skilled legal counsel in this area and be prepared to litigate it if basically we're getting ganged up on by some of those other states and they're going to stick us for the cost of some of their follies. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's going to be an ongoing issue we'll should expect to hear from the commission on periodically.
Commissioner Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, I definitely agree. This is an ongoing issue. It has by its nature it's been a dynamic process, at least. I don't want to use the magic word there, but dynamic. It's a dynamic process. It's been changing since it was first devised in the case of Rocky Mountain Power. And it is possible that there's contention in the future, but a utility can only collect in rates what the commission approves. So I don't know that, I guess I hadn't considered the idea or the potential that we would be involved in litigation outside of commission proceedings. And in commission proceedings, we have our staffs, the Office of Consumer Advocate, many able interveners, especially when there's a lot of money at stake and a lot of impact on businesses. For example, you have the members of WIAC that are pretty reliable about appearing before the commission and engaging in litigation in front of the commission when there are important stakes at issue.
I'm hearing about potential from just major rate increases as we pay for the decarbonization that other states are pushing, frankly, before we're technically ready for the degree of decarbonization they want. And I would think that Wyoming would need to protect its consumers. And Mr. Chairman, I think the possibility of major litigation over who pays for what in this system is clearly present. And we need to, as a committee and as a legislature, we need to pay attention to that. Because otherwise, I think our constituents are going to pay big time when they shouldn't.
All right, let's move forward. We're running a little bit behind.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have about multi-state cost allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we are behind, so I'll go through my next few slides just to quickly introduce the topic. We spend a tremendous amount of time as a commission, as commissioners, on regional issues. The bulk power system, the grid, as we like to call it, is regulated primarily at the federal level through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So what I have up here is a picture of the Western Interconnection. That's the formal name. We frequently call it the Western Interconnect. There's an Eastern Interconnection, and then there's ERCOT, which is Texas, and it is a beast and an entity unto itself. You know, not everything good comes out of Texas. That's just my editorial opinion. But anyway, we focus on the Western Interconnection. We participate actively in various regional organizations because, as all of you know, the relationship matters. And the commissioner crew across the West is a pretty small group of people, and we work to maintain good relationships with them so we can talk about all of these regional issues that Senator Scott has highlighted. Reliability. Reliability is delegated to NERC. Well, I almost forgot the name of the acronym, the National Electricity Reliability Corporation. And then NERC delegates in the West to the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, which is WEC. I won't read this all to you. Basically, this is from WEC's page. So they do the reliability assessments. I put a link to their website in the page. There are a number of resources there. WEC, with advice from Western commissioners, which I participate in, has been working to make their information more accessible. They obviously collect a lot of technical data about the reliability of the grid, whether there's adequate transmission, and it's really for the engineers and the physics people. But they have also recently started working on publications that I think are more accessible to history majors like myself. And so I'd encourage you to look at those, because when you just read the news clips about either NERC's summer reliability assessment or WEC's summer reliability assessment, you have to have context for those discussions. I will say that in the last 4 years, everybody talking about reliability in the West has had to change how they look at things. And I just use 4 years because that's how long I've been in this job. So there are changing weather patterns in the West, for instance, heat domes over Oregon, which did not traditionally happen. So there's a lot more interplay between weather forecasting, the risk of wildfires. And so all of these reports that are, and we can go on to the next slide, although I like that map. It's kind of an interesting map. There's just a lot going on in the reliability and resource adequacy space on a regional level to do better risk assessments. So these are, when you see the headline that says, you know, huge portions of the country are subject to or at risk of blackouts this summer, which I think was the headline from the recent NERC report. You have to remember that that is a risk assessment. And we really get in trouble if we don't adequately predict the risk. And I think all of these organizations, these technical organizations, have been trying to do a better job to think ahead. Because if you know the risk is coming, you have a better chance of taking appropriate steps to minimize and perhaps avoid the risk. Reliability at a local level, at the distribution level that we regulate, you know, has really not been a concern, even though we are all connected to the Western grid. But our local, and we monitor outages, the time to repair them. Do the utilities have adequate people on the ground to restore outages? You know, we monitor all of that at the local level. But when you read press accounts about reliability of the Western interconnection, it's largely out of our control. And the way we sort of stay involved in that is by participating in different regional organizations. But I think we can go on to the next slide.
Scott, I'm surprised you didn't want to comment on that last slide before we
Well,
took off.
Mr. Chairman, am I right in thinking that the world has changed under us, that reliability was an issue of would the power plants turn on when you wanted them to, and mostly transmission issues. And suddenly we're getting a large amount of power generated by methods where you can't turn them on and off. I'm thinking specifically of wind and solar. And that what you guys approve in terms of what can go in the rate base and what can get the certificate of convenience and necessity is suddenly impacting the reliability of the grid as a whole on quite a scale, and what you've improved in the way of retirements. And Mr. Chairman, am I right in thinking that that's a fundamental change taking place, and we're going to need to pay potential legislative attention to the parameters there, because it's different from the traditional forces that govern reliability. Am I missing something here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, no, you are not missing anything. We talk about the 3 R's a lot in the electric world now: reliability, resilience, and resource adequacy. That is a constant discussion. And I think in just the 4 years that I've had this job, the world has become much more pragmatic. For example, the FERC commissioners, all 4 of them, regardless of their political affiliation, are talking about reliability and the need to pay closer attention to reliability. The variability of intermittent resources is an issue, and we consider that all the time. And you might not recall that in House Bill 200, there is some language in there about, I don't have the statute in front of me, but about reliability that was, I think, part of an amendment that was primarily proposed by the industrial energy consumers, because they are particularly vulnerable to variability in voltage and, you know, the reliability of the grid. Because if they have a blip, you know, it's a huge economic loss. So that is an issue we spend a lot of time discussing. I don't have any particular legislative thoughts right now, but it is a regional issue, and it is something that I think even our commissioners from the states with the more aggressive decarbonization goals, they are also concerned about reliability.
And then we'll go back to you, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Commissioner Throne, do you know what percentage of the power generated in the Western Interconnection comes from Wyoming, to really get an understanding of how much of that reliability aspect we can conceivably control?
Commissioner Throne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Yin, that might be a number we could attempt to compile. I think that Wyoming as a whole, and this would include the unregulated facilities, and this is ballpark, exports about 50% of the power that we produce, but in how much of that, serves the load, I don't know. In the Rocky Mountain Power System, we're 15% of Rocky Mountain Power's load. It's, I don't know what percentage we serve.
Senator Scott.
I think one of the things we need to maybe consider legislatively is at some point putting in some guidelines as to when they should stop approving intermittent sources of power that, in order to preserve the reliability, start to give the commission some real teeth and maybe some guidance in that area. And that's something I would think we would want to talk to the commission very carefully before we did, because there's obvious implications for the multi-state agreement. There's implications for reliability. There's implications for the cost our customers are going to be held with. And we may have some of the same issues if they try to stick carbon capture on and stick the customer with the cost of that, especially when it's been offered to be done without the cost of the customer.
Mr. Chairman.
Along those lines.
Senator Harrelson.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm gonna have Senator Boner go first and then I'll come back to you. Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So along those lines, I'm just curious, is there think of, say, what other states in the Western Interconnect do say you have to have a certain percentage of your power be powered by a certain type of resource by a certain date? Is it, when it comes to reliability, kind of flipping the script there a little bit, is that the sort of discussions that you have with your colleagues throughout the Western United States? As you said, is there a general knowledge of, say, how much of your power mix can be from alternative sources that are not as reliable? And if so, what is that number as technology currently stands?
Commissioner Throne.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, I think that number changes from time to time, but the number, and there are, different theories, a number I have heard is you need like at least 20% of firm dispatchable power to 80% of intermittent power. So we frequently talk about an 80-20 split, but again, I think it's in flux. So I remember from one of my first meetings that I went to, one of these regional meetings where I was still even just trying to understand the language. Even California at the time, their system operator admitted that they could not fulfill California's needs with 100% renewable, that they tend to rely on natural gas. Ultimately, how much reliability you want in the system is a cost. Do you build redundant systems to protect against bad weather events? So that's the balancing factor.
Senator Boner, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly. So you said 20% reliable dispatchable power or 80% reliable dispatchable power? What's the conversation? So I've heard that 80-20 split. It's not, I think what you said. So please, it needs clarification.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner. The split that the states talk about that have the decarbonization standards, just generally, not quoting anybody too specifically, talk about 80% renewable with 20% firm, that they can keep the lights on with, subject to extreme weather events and, variations, but as a general rule, they talk about 80-20. There are some who dispute that number and say you would need more like 40-60 or.
Haroldson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in light of what's gone on the federal level in the last couple of weeks, where they've kind of come out and attacked natural gas, one of the things really, a renewable has to have a backup power source, and fast fire generation is how we've been doing that, or battery bank. Well, as it is, we've got a massive overrun on the battery industry just for EV, and so the rare earth metals and all of those things come into play. And so fast fire is the way that we've always backed renewable generation. Well, now that they've attacked fast fire, I feel like we're kind of cutting the hand off that feeds the mouth at this point. And so are you guys concerned that the last permitted coal fire was Dry Forks, where there's now a massive attack against even the natural gas, which is kind of where everyone was trying to head. And the fact is that there's no load, I guess, adjustable power being built. Even nuclear comes on full load, stays full load. And so the fact is we don't have any ramp rate ability on any of our sources right now that I'm seeing come online. And so can you talk to that I feel like long term, what keeps America a first world country is our power grid. But yet we see maybe that slipping a little bit. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, maybe I could just say, yes, we're concerned. But I have spent 30 plus years of my life, give or take, trying to understand what EPA is doing. And it doesn't always make a lot of sense. I will just say that. I assume you're referring to the recent proposed Clean Air Act regulations, which we have not reviewed in detail yet, but my first blush was, I wonder what this does to reliability because of the new requirements on natural gas. And that's certainly something we will dig into and may or may not participate in the comment process on that, which I believe the comment deadline under those recently proposed rules is middle of July, end of July, sort of around Frontier Days, if I recall correctly. But yes, I think there is a lot of concern, that batteries are not the panacea and will not be able to do everything. So that's why you have conversations too about advanced nuclear, hydrogen, etc. But you're correct that typically in the utility world, we have certainty. It's not an R&D industry traditionally, doesn't focus a lot on innovative technology as a rule, historically speaking. And so yes, it is a new world and we all have concerns about that. I hope I answered your question.
I believe there's probably, sadly enough, Mr. Chairman, no real answer as long as we continue to see kind of the craziness coming out of DC. But I do believe it's something that legislatively we need to kind of get our ducks in a row, because if there's one thing that we need to realize as the state is the fact that just because the federal government will continue to do foolish things doesn't mean that we have to continue to walk down the line with them. So we've got to think about that. And exporting power is something we do. We've got the coal. Until I've said it many times, until you show me something much better, I don't believe that we should be abandoning something that does work well. And so DEQ permitting and stuff, and if we can get businesses behind the possibility of clean coal, I think that's definitely a good choice. And as Senator Scott said, carbon capture technology is out there. The conversations have to be made, and I think that it's time that we proactively approach this and address this, because we are going to find ourselves in a electrical black swan event if we're not careful. So thank you very much.
Representative Haroldson, those antlers on the wall are placed in just such a way that they look like they're actually, yeah, there you go. Just an FYI for future Zoom meetings.
There we go. I'll offset it a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Go ahead, Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have way exceeded our time, but I'm trying to speed up, but you're asking such good questions. The next slide is, I won't discuss this. I would just encourage you maybe to go to that website for more information. But again, in the last few years, there's been increasing discussion on resource adequacy. So the Western Resource Adequacy Program is developed in the Northwest, now has an approved tariff, but it's a voluntary organization that utilities can opt into. For our purposes, Rocky Mountain Power has joined the Western Resource Adequacy Pool, but they're in the non-binding phase. And basically, at a high level, utilities commit to bring certain resources to the table, that they can then share if there's to ensure resource adequacy. And then they're penalized if, they don't bring to the table what they're supposed to. That's very high level and about as much as I know. So I can't really go into depth, but if you have questions about this, we can certainly bring back more information. And now we'll quickly run through RTOs and markets, because that's really a subject you can cover in 5 minutes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to quickly run through RTOs as given our time constraints, but it's going to be at a really high level. So RTOs are regional transmission organizations. They are regulated at the federal level by FERC. Membership is voluntary from FERC's perspective. They don't require anybody to join an RTO. Now, states have in the past and currently have imposed requirements. For example, last year, both Colorado and Nevada passed laws requiring their jurisdictional utilities to join an RTO by the end of 2030. An RTO doesn't own any generation facilities, transmission, or distribution lines. An RTO is basically the same, sort of like an air traffic controller. It manages the flow of electricity on transmission lines. Put it another way, an RTO provides access to transmission services on a non-discriminatory basis. And it does that through a series of tariffs. And those tariffs generally address three things: the operation of the transmission system, planning transmission projects, and allocating costs. Now, every RTO provides for, well, first, back up a second and say, who can join an RTO? It's not just utilities that are members of an RTO. It can be transmission owners, generators, retail suppliers, distribution customers, brokers and marketers, end users, and various governmental entities ranging from NERC to state regulators to consumer advocacy groups. Now, generally what an RTO does is it provides a boards for those entities with similar interests, and then those boards can weigh in on the various proposals, transmission projects, for example. But ultimately, each RTO is governed by an independent board, and that independent board makes the ultimate decision. Now, as a state, we would retain rights if an RTO does come about to, because every decision an RTO makes has to be approved by FERC. ultimately. And so states, not only through its participation in the RTO, but states also retain the rights to make comments on those at FERC level and also potentially intervene and pursue legal action if it comes to that. Next slide is the California Independent System Operator. Now, an independent system operator is not
I got
an
a question
RTO.
here from Senator Scott.
The RTOs. I have a vague memory in the back of my mind that RTOs have been involved in one or more financial disasters with electricity, and perhaps in the context of a poorly thought out deregulation. Am I imagining things, or is there some history here that we need to know about?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I'm not aware of any that are RTO specific. There may be, I'm not aware of them. Now, I do know some states have engaged in deregulation of electricity markets, particularly California, that didn't really work out very well. So I can't say that those were caused because of an RTO in the way they're set up. Different states, particularly I think Massachusetts is one now that have done deregulated, and Texas, there are trends now looking at re-regulation, because I think on the whole, if you look at the average cost per kilowatt hour, the deregulated states tend to have the highest costs. Chairman, so the California Independent System Operator is regulated by FERC, and it currently operates a real-time wholesale energy trading market called the Western Energy Imbalance Market. And it is currently developing an extended day-ahead market that essentially allows the scheduling of delivery of energy through essentially a day ahead, 24 to 48 hours ahead of time. According to Rocky Mountain Power, who participates in the Western Energy Imbalance Market, it has saved its customers across its 6-state system $591 million since it joined. So CAISO is not an RTO. There has been several efforts over the years to position CAISO so that it can become an RTO. But the problem with CAISO is its governance. And specifically, the Board of Governors for CAISO are appointed by the Governor of California and confirmed by the California Senate. So that control by the state of California is a barrier because an RTO has to have an independent board. There's currently legislation in California legislature to make that board independent. The last I've seen, it is kind of in limbo. There are parties and interests who oppose changing the governance structure of CAISO. And I guess we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. On the next page is what's called the Southwest Power Pool. So the Southwest Power Pool is currently an RTO in the Eastern Interconnect. And it basically runs in about a 14-state territory from North Dakota south through Oklahoma and Arkansas. It contains parts of, like I said, 14 states. There are 2 initiatives going on through SPP right now, and they are distinct efforts. The first is what is called RTO West. It's something, it could be it's a confusing name, I think, because what RTO West really is an initiative for transmission providers in the West to join the existing Eastern RTO. Currently, there are no PSC jurisdictional utilities in that process. Now, there are entities such as Basin Electric, Deseret, Tri-State, and the Municipal Energy Agency of Nebraska that have transmission functions within the state of Wyoming that we don't regulate, but are currently, and they're currently looking at pulling their western interconnect into the SPP. And I think, subject to a check, is that most of these entities have operations in the eastern interconnect that are already part of SPP. The other initiative is Markets Plus, which its stated goal is to eventually create an RTO in the West. And currently they are going through the process of creating all their tariffs to operate it. It is a very fast moving process, one that we are deeply involved in. The goal is to submit tariffs for approval to FERC in the first quarter of next year. And currently we have in the Markets Plus, what's called currently phase 1, which is the drafting of those tariffs. Cheyenne Light Fuel Power is involved, Black Hills Power Incorporated. Again, the Municipal Energy Agency of Nebraska is involved, and I believe Tri-State is also involved. Now, everything at this point is purely voluntary, nothing is binding. And so that's going to be developing through the summer and into the fall. And I think as we go along this, we'll keep you in the committee updated on how that's going. And then I think that's all I have as a general matter on RTOs.
Back to you, Commissioner Crone.
Yes, and I just have a few quick more slides here.
Okay.
And I just want to thank Commissioner Robinson for being willing to be our representative on the committee for Markets Plus, because I see his calendar and it's taking a lot of his time, along with our day job, as we like to say. So what is on the horizon for electricity? We have, to a great extent, already talked about this, but I also like to refer to it as, you know, what keeps me up at night. What as a regulator keeps me up at night. So this next slide is just sort of an illustration of the traditional distribution of power that, you know, we've been discussing. You know, you've got a big power plant, power goes out, gets to the homes. It's simple. The next slide is sort of what I've called the changing reality, and it's been the background slide for all these slides that you're looking at, just to show, you know, everything that's sort of happening visually in the electric world. You know, you have a car charging, we haven't even touched on that. Again, that's more at the 40,000 foot level, Mr. Chairman. Various solar, wind. So you've got all these different things happening in the electric world. And we have to keep everything functioning. And so the next slide is, again, we've been discussing it. How do we maintain affordability? Wyoming enjoys the lowest electricity rates in the country, according to EIA. And that's been consistent. We're always in the lowest or near the lowest, I think, no matter how you, and it varies, you know, among classes, but that's been pretty true for Wyoming for a long time, as far as I know. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, Energy Information Agency Administration. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think they're a fairly reliable source of data, subject to somebody disputing them. Next slide. How do we and we've been discussing this throughout the morning. How do we maintain reliability in the face of changing peak demand, due to extreme weather events or changing load, an evolving generation mix resulting from market forces and policy pressure. And so just to illustrate what's on our plate or in the future, the next slide. It's the last slide. I'm sure you're glad to hear that. This slide was compiled by the Western Interstate Energy Board, which we participate in. And I'm sure it's already dated, but it's a 2022 slide. And what they did is they reviewed integrated resource plans from a wide number of utilities across the West. I think I lost some dates on this, but this is the amount of generation that those integrated resource plans anticipate needing by 2040. This is massive change, massive build out. And we all have to be, I think, as we've been discussing all morning, pragmatic, and I think honest, more straightforward with the public about what it really takes to make all of that happen and how on earth do we pay for it. And
I've heard that if this gets implemented, we can expect our utility rates to quadruple. Not just go up by a factor of 20% or 50%, quadruple. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's based on the German experience when they decarbonized radically and mothballed most of their carbon facilities, which they since have to unmothball because of the Ukraine war. But I can see that, there's big expenses for solar and wind, which are expensive, big expense for batteries. My understanding, Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were two experimental large-scale batteries. One of them blew up and burned up last fall. Is that true or not? But I think it's a technology that's not quite ready engineering. Goodness knows when it will be. But is that kind of estimate of what's going to happen, the cost of this implemented, is that anywhere close to being in the ballpark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, I don't know the answer to that question, but obviously we're all not doing our jobs if that's what happens. And by we, I mean the collective utility regulatory world. But that, yeah, and the question of what keeps us up at night, that would be what keeps us up at night.
What's keeping her up at night?
And we're finally done, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for the Public Service Commission? If not, we'll let them. You got one?
Or thank you, I think. So I had the privilege of serving at the Illinois Commerce Commission, which is the equivalent in Illinois of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. It's a very large agency, like this commission is appointed, has a party split. I got to be the policy director there at a time of great change, mostly in the telecom world, but the beginning of changes in the electric world. And we had over 500 people at that agency. And so to be the policy director there was kind of a big deal for me. But I've always been impressed with what the Wyoming Commission accomplishes in relation. This is the smallest commission in the country. Proportionally, they cover more assets than, per person or per employee. They don't have that many employees. They're funded by the Wyoming Public Utilities tax, which we raised a little bit the year before. But there are enormous things coming at them. And while I'm here, the Office of Consumer Advocate hasn't spoke yet, but I include their needs and resources in the same thing. This is a time of enormous change in their world. But it's also a microcosm. What we talked about this morning is a microcosm, Mr. Chairman, of the changes that Wyoming faces. Because, for example, just in the coal world, the only thing that Wyoming coal is used for is to make electricity. West Virginia, they're having a great market shipping metallurgical coal overseas and a revival in our economy. Our coal is only used for thermal coal used for electricity. The transition that we've seen so far with respect to renewable energy and trying to get to a carbon-free planet has been largely achieved based on sitting on the old infrastructure, but also increasingly use of natural gas. Wyoming's been a huge beneficiary of that. Our natural gas prices right now are high, in a lot of extent because your residential natural gas prices are high because it's being used for electricity. So this enormous change that these 3-4 people and a small staff along with the OCA are dealing with is exactly what Wyoming's future is on the planet, where we had tremendous revenues. We built all the schools in the state with carbon-based revenues. And the new world is different. The new world still wants Wyoming very badly because we're a great place for renewable industry, renewable production as well. But it's not the same funding source for our state and for our future and for our children's future that we had before. It's a very different world. Industries like coal mining that employed people that made $70,000 a year or more, hundreds, thousands of them that built, pay taxes and built our towns and infrastructure. That's all going away to industries that don't hire a lot of people, that don't pay a lot of taxes and have other implications for Wyoming's future. So I'm just so grateful that the PSC took up the challenge along with the OCA, because the OCA and the PSC have the same combined mission in a way. They do it in different ways, and they used to be together in the same agency. So a little premature, but I didn't, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to give these guys a heartfelt thank you for their tough job that they do. They hate coming to legislative meetings more than anything in their whole lives, I think. Oh, I'm not sure, but they hats off to you. Very good job and thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think I'm speaking for myself. I, of course, do not mind coming to legislative meetings. And I know I neglected to thank the legislature. We did get 2 more positions. So the PSC will have 34 positions as on July 1st. But we appreciate your approval of a staff person dedicated to assist us with all of these regional issues. We do not have a policy advisor with the brilliance of the good co-chairman. We're kind of our own policy advisors, and so we're appreciative that we now will have a staff person to help us with the regional issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's move to the Office of the Consumer Advocate. And I hate to ask this of you, but if you have any truncated version of your presentation, please, we are behind, so just kind of bear that in mind as you go. I'm not trying to cut you short or anything, but we are behind and want to catch up on time. So just be cognizant of that.
Thank you, Chairman Olson, Chairman Case, and the members of the committee. That was in the back of my mind as I sat there, so I will try to make mine quick. You guys have hit on a lot of important questions. I will try to address a few of those and happy to answer any follow-up questions that you may have. So let's just dive right in. My name is Anthony Ornelas, and I am the administrator of the Office of Consumer Advocate. 2023 marks the 20-year anniversary of this agency. After it was enacted in 2003 by Wyoming Legislative, Enroll Act 120. We, when at full capacity, are an agency of 6 people that consists of an administrator, a deputy administrator, 2 staff attorneys, and 2 rate analysts. Both the administrator, myself, and a deputy administrator, which is currently vacant, do work as full-time rate analysts, in addition to our administrative duties and other duties that we do through the regionalization process that you've heard about today. So I think from here, just in interest of time, I'll just hit on a couple of key points that some of the challenges and opportunities that we're currently facing. As I mentioned, we're a staff of 6. This has not changed in the 20-year history of this agency. In the meantime, the world has changed around us. You've heard today about the regionalization efforts, whether it's the Western Resource Adequacy Program, a push to a regional transmission organization or an independent system operator, as well as just numerous EPA rules and regulations and updates, along with individual state policies that are pushing for the decarbonization of the grid, as well as consumer choice. And I think that's an important one I would put out there that should not be overlooked. Even within the state of Wyoming, some of our largest customers have corporate goals now in place in which they want their electricity to come from carbon-free sources. So all of that is really changing the landscape and the way that a traditional monopoly utility industry is kind of working. I think these are creating some immense challenges at the moment. And let's just begin with the staffing. This agency in particular, along with many others across the state, we have had enormous turnover, which has resulted in the loss of institutional knowledge and experience. And it's not easy to get that back. I am very pleased to announce that here recently, I have been able to fill 2 vacant rate analyst positions. However, neither of these come to the agency with any type of utility experience, although they do have master's degrees in economics and other related topics, and they're eager and they're doing a great job learning quickly. But the learning curve in this agency and this industry is enormously steep. 2 to 3 years probably just before you're even comfortable in getting your feet wet. So we do have a long road ahead of us. As I previously alluded to, the deputy administrator position is currently vacant. That was posted towards the beginning of the year, and we just did not get a very good group of qualified applicants. A lot of folks with legal experience and administrative experience, but almost none with regulated utility experience, which is what we're going to need to fill this position. So I have reposted that position, reworked some of the language that has gone out here in the last week again. So we're hopeful that we can fill that and get up and running to full speed here pretty quickly. In addition to that, in my prepared comments before you, it is my intention to seek another position in the next biennium budget. And that would be, as Chairman Case has alluded to, kind of a policy director type position. Somebody who's really focused on all of the changes in the regionalization that you've heard about. EPA rules, SPP, CAL-ISO, Western Resource Adequacy Program, all of these take an enormous amount of time to stay engaged in, to stay active in, and to provide meaningful feedback to these agencies in order to continue to represent the citizens and the utility payers of the state of Wyoming. So I do hope that you will be supportive of that request when that comes out. I think that might be one of the most important positions we need to fill just as quickly as possible in order to respond to some of the regional pressures and federal pressures that you're starting to see there. Representative Harrelson also, I think, hit kind of one of the critical aspects of what's happening, the nail right on the head. And this are also alluded to in my comments. what is keeping me up at night is the fact that I think we're starting to get the cart a little bit before the horse. And this is almost in all aspects of utility, electric generation. We have, obviously, you're aware of a large push to decarbonize this system. And what that is leading to is the need for massive build out in bulk transmission systems that come with an extremely high price tag. Gateway South was alluded to in the commission's comments. This was a CPCN filing that came before them, and our office we recommended against this. We felt that this particular transmission line was really designed to help support the renewable policies of some of our western states that are part of the Pacific Corp integrated company there. They're not the only ones. There's a large drive for transmission. In fact, in the most recent 2023 IRP, I think kind of the quiet part is starting to get said out loud more and more. Is a lot of these policies, a lot of the planning is designed to support the decarbonization and further penetration of renewables. What does that mean for reliability? Well, without a large connectivity across the Western Interconnect through the construction of new and expensive transmission resources, it really puts it in question. You're going to need a real large connection along the Western Interconnect so that we can share diversity of load and diversity of resources in order to try to prop up the reliability if we continue to retire the base load thermal resources that have historically powered this nation. So I think it's really important that we stay engaged and involved in those. And so that will be the kind of the basis of the new position we're seeking, and we will do our best. I will say that to some degree, I think it's kind of beyond the control of our commission and the Office of Consumer Advocate, and it's going to require some dedicated, perhaps, legal challenges if that's what the state decides is appropriate. For instance, the EPA recently released their OTR, or ozone transport rule, that is going to impact the states of Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah, and is likely to result in the even earlier retirement of our remaining baseload coal-fired power plants. And if they're not retired, they would have to be run at a much lower level or a much lower dispatch in order to comply with that. Trying to reach into the FERC level through the Office of Consumer Advocate would require some additional resources and perhaps some expertise that we have historically not had. So I would, put that out there as something for this committee to consider if they feel that is prudent, but there's going to need to be legal challenges unless we decide we want to go down that road with some of these other states and with the federal policies that are coming out of this. On top of the OTR, there was recently another EPA rule that will put even further pressure on not only coal, but even the gas-fired plants, which we have heard today has kind of been used as a backstop as we continue to replace the coal-fired generation. That again is something this committee may want to take a look at, decide how and best they can get involved. I know the governor's office has been involved in some of these and has been working on some legal avenues there. I think we're at a precipice. We're at a time where we're hoping our new technologies can kind of keep up or outpace with the advancement and speed at which these new policies are being enacted. And I am concerned by that. I am concerned for the reliability of that. Even with some of the Wyoming-centric resources, they give me pause and concern as well. We're all aware of the new nuclear plants, at least plant that is currently planned. I am fully supportive of it. The office is. I think it is has great potential to replace some of our dispatchable base load generation that's being retired. But at the moment, we don't have a solid fuel source that I'm aware of. I'm not sure we have a solid disposal plan or have thought of the liabilities for disposing of that and reclamating that and where that will be done and who will bear the cost and for how long. That we're also trying to come up with non-emitting peakers, which is a hydrogen derivative. I hope we get there. I hope we get there fast enough, but at the moment, I don't think it's ready to proceed tomorrow, but we're planning almost as though it is. So it really does give me pause and give me some concern. So from the OCA's perspective, we're going to try to stay engaged as much as possible in all of the federal undergoings that are currently taking place. And more than anything, what we can do most immediately is we're going to try to identify and protect Wyoming ratepayers from any cost shifting or cost burdens or reliability issues caused by other individual state policies that are inconsistent with Wyoming's view. So that is done through a variety of avenues. Probably the one that you've heard of today, the most direct one, is the Pacific Corp Multi-State Protocol. We are actively engaged in that. We have been for years and will continue to be. And like I say, I don't want to discuss that too much because it is a pending docket and still ongoing confidential negotiations. But from the OCA's perspective, really trying to isolate and identify state policies and any costs they cause and assign those, both the cost and any benefits of those policies to the individual states will be critical there. I think I would just leave it there in the interest of times. I have, like I say, provided a write-up for you. Happy to always take any questions from you, try to address any concerns you may have. And if I may, just to address one other point real fast, Senator Landon kind of mentioned the perfect storm. And I would have to agree with you, Senator. We are receiving a lot of phone calls, or at least more and more phone calls from customers who are having a really difficult time. I received some just this week on the cost of natural gas. I have included some information in this packet. It is a perfect storm. We're retiring old assets. In some cases, Senator Scott had mentioned, that is leading to significant stranded costs that current customers are being asked to pay for. We are seeing the use of natural gas to backstop some of the coal-fired facilities, as well as the export of liquid LNG and other issues that have caused a lot of large spikes in the commodity cost of natural gas itself, which we do look at hedging policies of utilities. We do look at their procurement policies. We do our best to de-risk that to a large degree. Some of that is beyond the control of the utility, beyond the control of the commission, and certainly beyond the control of the OCA. We are subject to the market. Kind of like if you think about the cost of gas or diesel right now. I would love to be able to come tell you that I can get diesel down from 460 or 470 just by a Wyoming policy, but I'm not sure what that is. We're subject to a broader federal and even global market in some instance. We're seeing the same thing in the regional power markets. Due to weather outages, due to retirement of baseload, dispatchable generation, we're seeing spikes more and more in the cost of regional power. That is the direct pass-through to customers' bill. Really engaged in all the conversations with those, and we're doing our best to try to mitigate those risks and those costs to Wyoming ratepayers. But there is a large convergence. As Bob Dylan once wrote, these times they are changing, and I'm not sure sitting here I have all the answers other than to tell you that we are actively engaged in this. We share many of your concerns and welcome your thoughts. Senator Landon, if I could address you just more specifically, or your customer, I love when customers reach out to the OCA. Happy to engage with them on the policies, procedures, how they can get involved, take their concerns on behalf of your customers and make them part of the OCA's concerns. I've recently reached out, or AARP has reached out to the OCA, so we hope to be do town halls on some of the current rate cases. We've reached out to a small water utility, their constituents, tried in hopes of doing public informations, going and meeting with homeowners face to face, trying to hear their concerns, trying to address what we can and cannot do and how they can get engaged. So if there's anything further from that perspective, or if there's any customers in your districts, please let them know the DOSA is there. We're happy to engage with them. Community engagement is a very important aspect of what we do. Given some of our resource and staffing constraints, I will admit I haven't been able to do as much as I had hoped, but I hope to engage in that field even more as we get up and running and fill some of these vacancies. So with that, I'm happy to address any specific questions you have, and if not, just thank you for the opportunity for the quick introduction, and please reach out with any follow-up that I may be able to address.
Any questions for the OCA, Senator Scott?
Several. You mentioned the issue of stranded costs. Are Wyoming ratepayers now being hit current ratepayers with stranded costs from the past? And if so, what's the magnitude of that? And do we need to change any laws in order to put a stop to it?
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Scott, the short answer is yes. In 2018, we did the most recent round of the Rocky Mountain Power depreciation studies, which, as the deputy chair had mentioned, we try to align the life of a particular asset with how it is depreciated and how those investments are collected or recovered from customers. However, with the continued acceleration of a lot of these facilities and inflation as another key input, they do not always keep pace. And so when a facility does retire early, there can be the potential for costs that have not yet been fully recovered. And those typically are going to be the responsibility of all customers, Wyoming and the other states or customers that have utilized those over the last several decades.
Notion of what the magnitude of those costs is, and is there an opportunity cost that's being hit with because they're retiring facilities that don't physically need to be retired, but are being sought to be retired by the decarbonization of hotels?
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Scott, I don't have that figure off the top of my head, and I'd be happy to follow up with you. It is in the couple $100 million range currently for Pacific Corp assets, give or take and subject to check. That is a system total, and Wyoming is somewhere between the 14 and 16% of that, based on allocation factors that vary from one year to the next. But Wyoming is certainly being hit with those. As far as an opportunity cost, I wouldn't say it's a state-specific policy so much that is driving this as much as it is, at least currently, is the federal policy. So it makes it very difficult. None of our utilities really have the ability to tell the EPA that they're not going to comply with their rules. So they are doing their best to weigh all of the inputs that are needed and figure out how best to operate their system on what they call a least cost, least risk basis. Individual state policies to some degree can and will start influencing that. We're currently taking a look at that to figure out and ensure that's not happening. But on the federal level, some of those policies supersede at least state policies as well as individual utility policies.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're starting to see some of the complexity of the issues that we're getting into. And I am powerfully afraid that our constituents are going to get hit bad if we don't handle this one carefully. And it is more than a little complicated. Mr. Chairman, further question I'd have was the slide that the Public Service Commission showed based on the IRP from the various power companies in terms of the investment, heavier investment in the renewables and things like battery storage, do you have any ballpark estimate as to what that's going to do to utility rates for Wyoming customers?
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Scott. The short answer is I do not. I think it'd be very difficult to derive that sitting here. We have certainly seen our utility rates go up in the recent years. I'm sure we're all aware of several pending rate cases in the state of Wyoming, from Pacific Corp to Black Hills Energy or Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. Even some of our small water, Dominion, Questar Natural Gas Company. All of them are facing a lot of the same challenges, probably none greater though than in the electric industry. I applaud Pacific Corp. They are faced with a very difficult task when they try to plan for the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. And they do a yeoman's job of trying to take all of the factors and all of the forecasting into consideration. I don't think it's going to be cheap. That's probably the best answer I can give you. Reliability costs a lot of money. And when we start retiring old assets in favor of new transmission, new intermittent renewables that need to be backed up through large amounts of battery storage, there's going to be a cost to it. So not cheap, but it's difficult to forecast to what degree.
Thank you for all of your information. We appreciate you presenting to us. We appreciate the truncated version. Hopefully Appropriations Committee is responsive to your requests for fill those vacancies.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I'd like to add my thanks to, it was a really great presentation by the OCA and the Public Service Commission. So thanks so much. And thanks for coming up to Landon.
Thank you, Chairman. Always happy to be here.
All right, committee, with that, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 45, 46. So are we live? All right. Welcome back. That 5 minute turned into, I had a little bit of mutiny occurring on the committee. But we're here, we're back. Next, we're gonna do an open discussion with our utilities. So I'm actually just gonna invite all of the utilities up. Jason, where did Dave Bush go? Dave Bush, yep. Sean, come on up and we'll just go. Whoever wants to go first can go. That's perfectly fine. We'll just go down the line.
Check it out.
And I know, Mr. Kaysen, that we have a actual PowerPoint presentation from Rocky Mountain Power. And that we have it, it's up to you on how you want to proceed with that, but if you want to give us just a high overview, that'd probably be good for time wise.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Rick Kaysen, representing Rocky Mountain Power. As Mr. Chairman identified, we did provide a presentation or have a presentation, provided you copies, as well as providing copies for the public on the table in the back. I'm not sure how many people might be online as well that are listening to your committee discussion. And if there are just hardly anybody, then we can just move through this, or and again, with respect to the time, I can go into, how about if I just do the overview of the overview of the overview? Is that okay?
That would be perfect.
Okay,
Yep.
so-
And then if there are questions, we can dive deeper. Otherwise, we have the material and most have studied it, I know, in advance of the meeting. So.
Yes, sir. And many of you have been have had this information previously, but so from a Pacific Corp overview, and the Pacific Corp is the corporate name. There are two divisions within the corporation. There is Rocky Mountain Power, and there is also Pacific Power. Overall, we have about 4,800 employees. We have approximately 2 million electricity customers spread across 6 states. Rocky Mountain Power serves in Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah. Pacific Power, Washington, Oregon, and Northern Colorado. We have 17,770 miles of transmission lines. Well, that sounds like a lot. And it is a lot. And when you think of, from a comparative standpoint, the mileage circumference of the earth is about almost 25,000 miles. So we have a very strong equivalent transmission, and that's going to continue to grow, as you'll see in a little bit. We have a little less than 11,600 megawatts of owned generation capacity, and our peak load in 2022 was almost 13,200 megawatts. That's going to continue to grow. So let's dive into the next slide. They're not okay. The next slide. In Wyoming, we have 144,000 customers that we serve with our power. That's provided by 1,040 employees at a payroll of $134 million. Importantly, we have at this time $3.4 billion of investment in assets in Wyoming. You'll see that that's also going to continue to grow. Not only do we make investments into the infrastructure, but we also make investments into our communities. And I do have a correction on the slide there that shows Wyoming grants and charitable contributions. The number of community support is $607,074. And I do apologize for that error. And this is made up of both foundation grants as well as direct support to our communities. So serving Wyoming, in the next slide, we have a vast modernized grid that is going to continue to grow and ongoing. I'll address that in just a quick second. And we heard a lot about the grid with the Public Service Commission discussion as well. Our portfolio of diverse energy resources continues to grow as well. When we think about our thermal, our coal, our natural gas, our renewables, that is going to continue to evolve. And as identified earlier by speakers, the corporation's integrated resource plan really addresses a lot of the diverse energy portfolios to bring power not only to Wyoming, but to the western US as well. Involved in innovation and partnerships as well, such as with the School of Energy Resources, the Wyoming Energy Authority. We are proud to be part of Wyoming, which has led the way in supplying energy to this nation. And we're committed to work with you all, as well at the state and local levels, to continue to lead Wyoming and to be that leader to lay that foundation for future generations to provide that reliable power. Next slide, connecting the West. And again, we talked about the grid. This is rather a busy slide, but if you look at the map that we have provided there, it does identify both Gateway West and Gateway South transmission facilities. Again, more investment into Wyoming and also to provide power to the region in that reliable way that we've been talking about. And I would like to digress just a little bit, because the reliability is extremely important. We take that very, very, very seriously. For 2022, Rocky Mountain Power service to our Wyoming customers, on average, measured by what is called the System Average Interruption Duration Index. It's a way of measuring outages and the duration. Our customers on average in 2022 were without power for 109 minutes. 109 minutes. If you take a look at all the minutes in a year, that's 99.98% reliability to our customers on average. Now, I will acknowledge that some of those folks that may have had an extended outage that was like, 90 minutes, or excuse me, a 2-hour outage or something like that. 109 minutes may not mean a lot, but we take reliability very seriously, and I think 99.98% is not a bad factor. Investments to ensure our reliable electrical grid will continue in the future. Again, that would be the next slide, please. The announcement, and we've heard this earlier about the TerraPower announcement for the nuclear plant. That plant is targeted at a capacity of 345 megawatt hours, and it also has the ability to ramp up to 500 megawatts. Yes, fuel resource is a concern, but I believe this country is working on this, and we are working on it as well. The 2023 Integrated Resource Plan for Pacific Corp was also identified as an example. The second bullet there for the conversion of the Jim Bridger Units 1 and 2 to natural gas using Wyoming gas. Within the IRP, there are also plans for the power plants we have at Naughton, Dave Johnson plant, as well as the Wyandotte plant outside of Gillette. We are pursuing a carbon capture system at one of our power plants. As you may have heard before, we did issue a request for proposal. That request for proposal was responded to by 60 different people with 19 formal proposals. That was then lowered to 3 site visits to see how this is work. And from all of that, one proposal is moving forward with the analysis. And we'll give you more detail on that once that goes through the process, and to see if a CCUS project can be added to one of our Wyoming coal-fired plants. We'll go with questions now, sir. That's the important part for you folks to have an opportunity to ask questions, if any.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know we had some conversation before about energy portfolio standards from other states, but we actually implemented our own in 2020, House Bill 200, which targeted carbon capture and kind of made it a mandate as part of the requirement. Is that with a rate recovery mechanism? So I guess my question is, the installation of carbon capture on a coal unit in Wyoming, how much is that going to increase the rate for ratepayers in the state?
Okay.
Jason?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, what that dollar amount might be to consumers still has to be determined. I will share with you that the installation of a CCUS, or carbon capture utilization sequestration, or a unit on a power plant is $1 billion. That's the estimate today. The technologies still need to be improved. The economies have to be there to make it sense. Our integrated resource plan is based on one theme, one solid theme in that it has to make economic sense for our customers. That is a premise of the plan. And with a carbon capture unit, again, that technology still needs to be advanced and has to make financial sense. So I'm sorry, I do not have a definitive number for you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, so if it's gonna cost $1 billion, how many ratepayers do you have in the state? And if it's all borne by state ratepayers, Wyoming state ratepayers, what can, I mean, maybe I can do the math if you give me the number of ratepayers that you have. If you could ballpark an estimate on what that would be.
And again, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I do not want to speculate on what a number, because the $1 billion is the investment into that unit onto an existing coal plant. That $1 billion would be the cost of the unit itself. And if I may, I'll use just XYZ Corporation is the one that makes that investment. But the company will also have to make some types of improvements to its plant to make that addition or that connection to that CCU plant. So again, it's I really do not want to throw a number out there, even speculate of what it might be. Because again, there's investment by the private sector, then there's investment by the company.
Scott?
Carbon capture bill that passed the Senate and was disposed of by the speaker this last session. The proposal was that the carbon capture would be done privately. There would be no charge to ratepayers, and the private investors would make their money off enhanced oil recovery. And people we were talking to opposing to it felt they could do it that way. And the bill specified that that was the way it was going to be done, or not done at all. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be very skeptical of proposals to do carbon capture at the expense of the ratepayer. That's a strategy to stick the ratepayer anytime you can. And Mr. Chairman, I think this committee ought to resist that.
You don't want to weigh in there, Senator Bug? You were going to say the same thing. All right. We've got a unified message coming from the Senate.
Sure, it's a nice day.
All right, who wants to go next? Do you have a response or anything? Mr. Casey, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. Yes, with respect to House Bill, the existing House Bill 200 and what have you, we are in compliance with that when we issued the request for proposals and when we do the analysis on the responses to the request for proposals. So again, doing our very best to be in full compliance of House Bill 200. If I gave the idea that the company has a strategy that is going to take advantage of its customers through rate making for any type of addition to its plants, I apologize for perhaps that misleading statement. No, sir, that is not just the opposite. We're protecting our customers when someone, again, a private corporation is going to use one of our units for the possibility of carbon capture.
Sounds like we're on the same page now. Senator Barlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one, just a statement for maybe the co-chairs to consider. The next informational thing we could do maybe at our next meeting is understanding the 45Q carbon credit thing and understanding how that may play into some of what Senator Scott's concerns are and how that may offset some of the potential pass through to customers or not do so. So my question is, you mentioned you had one respondent. Mr. Chairman mentioned one respondent Mr. Kaysen had to your RFP. And what is the timeline? Do you think you're going to have that analysis done and then inform, I guess, the public about where you think how that proceeds? Thank you.
Mr. Kaysen.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Barlow, a couple of things there, sir, if I may back up on your initial comment. When we conducted the assessment for on the carbon captures, and this is identified in the 2023 Integrated Resource Plan. First of all, the plan does not include a carbon capture project. begin, as I said, it has to make economic sense. We did use the 45Q tax credits, the Infrastructure Recovery Act. And we thought that that was going to, excuse the expression, maybe lift the boat for carbon capture. It did not give it any tax advantages using the 45Qs, because also there were options for renewables, transmission that was part of that act as well. But that analysis was done, but it was not significant enough to even consider that. To your question with regards to the timing, the best I am aware of, we're looking at the third quarter of this year to have that analysis done. With regards to that one response, it is not just one party, it's a consortium of folks that have some expertise in various capacities with regards to carbon capture. And when it is the time, again, like I said, we'll more detail the announcements and what have you. And we'd be happy to talk about those 45Qs at a next meeting if that is going to be on the agenda, and give you, again, more detailed on that, sir.
Senator Scott.
Somewhat different subject. Mr. Chairman, we've hearing a fair amount anecdotally about the degree of investment in renewables, making the electric power grid unreliable. Does Rocky Mountain Power have any estimate as to how far we can go in renewables before we get an unreliable grid, or is that something you don't do?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I do not have an answer on that. I will take that forward. I do not know if an analysis to that degree has been done. When we take a look at again, the diverse portfolio. In our IRP, I think, integrated resource plan, and I think there needs to be some discussion on this, is we're not abandoning our coal-fired plants tomorrow. We're looking into the 2030s, in the late 2030s, but we are converting 2 units at Jim Bridger, 2 units at the Naughton plant to natural gas. We're extending the lives of some of these plants as well as compared to the 2021 integrated resource plan. Why? That's based on the economics that I identified, what it has to make sense for our customers. And again, as things continue to change, remember, it is an integrated resource plan. These are not the final decisions. Once decisions are made on some type of, a retirement of a plan or conversion, as you heard earlier, it has to go in front of the Public Service Commission to look at the analysis. Is it prudent? Is it in the public interest? And what does it mean for the customer? So there's a lot of steps that has to take, that is stepped forward. And that isn't anything new or different. That's been in place with our public utilities, or excuse me, Public Service Commission for electric utilities for years. Very well vetted, in my opinion.
You saw the slide the Public Service Commission put up on prospective investments in various kinds of power facilities, and it was based on the summation of a bunch of the integrated resource plans. Did that appear to be reasonably reliable to you? And first question, and second question is, do you have any ballpark estimates what that's going to do to customer rates?
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I have neither an opinion on either of those 2 questions. I have made notes of that particular chart or information that was presented by the Public Service Commission, and I will be taking that forward for additional discussion and review.
Senator Scott, you're just not giving an answer to that question. You tried multiple times. Important question.
Question this committee is going to have to look into quite seriously, because I think there are major implications for our constituents in terms of the rates they're gonna pay.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think the potential is for major rate increases. And that's something we need to be concerned with, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one final question for Rocky Mountain Power.
Please.
What percent of the total electricity market in Wyoming does Rocky Mountain Power have as opposed to the REAs and the other investor-owned utilities and municipal?
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. Again, I do not have a percentage on that. I'll have to, and I heard that question earlier to the Public Service Commission too, as far as the aggregate number and what components or what percentage each electric producing entity might have. So that'll be a follow-up response to this committee, Mr. Chairman, if acceptable.
Senator Scott.
I've heard it's over 50%. Is that in the ballpark?
Again, sir, we need to verify that before we provide a number with any certainty if that's acceptable.
Yep, let's see if we can get that for next time. Or even just a
Mr.
follow-up.
Chairman, I'll get it to the committee prior to that next meeting.
Be great. All right, who's next?
Thank you,
Co-ops.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chair. My name is Sean Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. And I appreciate in conversations with the co-chairs about the opportunity to come and give kind of a co-op 101. This will be a refresher course for some of you. But as for Representative Knapp, he got to hear this in Kimmer last week, so he gets it twice. And for others, this might be the first time you've heard of the co-ops, or you've heard of us, but you don't really know who we are, also commonly referred to as the REAs. So this is going to be a bit of a business lesson, a bit of a history lesson, and a bit of a current events lesson, and it all fits on one page. So I will be diligent. I would like to introduce Travis McNiven down here with Basin Electric. I also have Morgan Biddison with Tri-State in the audience, and we have a board member, Bob McLaren. And I don't know if he's here on his official WAM duty, but he serves on one of our co-op boards as well. So first I want to do the business lesson, and let me back up. Hopefully all of you received this in the mail not too long ago. We sent it out maybe a week or two ago. This drills down co-op by co-op on some of the things I'm going to talk about today. It's called Rooted in Community and kind of gives a breakdown of each of our co-ops and collectively what we mean to our communities and to the state of Wyoming. But if you're a co-op, whether you're an REA or REI or Land O'Lakes or a gas co-op or a grocery co-op, we're all governed by the same seven cooperative principles. That's our business model. I'm going to run through those so you understand those. First of all, we're number one is voluntary and open membership or ownership. If you get power from an REA, you are part owner of that, and anybody can move into our territory and provide power and be an owner. Democratic and member owner control. Our boards of directors are elected similar to like you guys by their neighbors, by their fellow co-owners of the co-op. They pay the same rates as everybody else, and so that's our democratic and member control. Members' economic participation, as Chairwoman Throne mentioned, we are not for profit. We budget at cost, so when we put our budgets together, we figure out what we're going to need for the year, and if we have any profit left over at the end of the year, we return that back to our members or our owners. So we are truly not for profit. So we have no reason to artificially inflate rates to try and make money. A, because that'd be a bad decision by the elected board of directors, and B, we just give it back anyhow. So members' economic participation, and then autonomy and independence. There's a saying we like in the co-op world: if you've seen one co-op, you've seen one co-op. While we're governed by the same principles, given geography and demographics and load size, we're all very different. So while we're governed by the same principles, we are very autonomous as well. The next one is education, training, and information. And this applies to not only our staff and our directors, but also our owners. Every co-op has an annual meeting, and the ownership is invited to come and learn about anything that's going on at the co-op or anything. Sometimes I'll be there to speak about things that are going on at the state or the national level. We have the Ren magazine, which I know you all read cover to cover whenever you get it. And that's another way of communicating and educating our membership. And then I'd like to point out one thing that we did kind of separate from the REAs, but it's more broadly cooperatives. A few years ago, the co-op stood up a cooperative business model class at the University of Wyoming through the Ag College. And it talks about all the cooperative, business models, whether you're electric co-op or, like I said, a gas or grocery co-op. And it was very successful. The first year we had, I think we were expecting maybe 10 or 11 students. We had 23. And I was lucky enough to go over to UW to see their end of semester. They had to create their own co-op. And it was pretty exciting to see. COVID kind of hurt us the next year, but I think we're back up and running that class. The last two are probably my two favorite of the 7. Cooperation among cooperatives. That's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll use Representative Yin and his co-op as an example. A few years back, there was a storm anomaly that came down kind of in between the town of Jackson and Teton Village, and it blew down, I don't know, I want to say 16 poles, big poles, steel poles, took down the wires and knocked out Teton Village and in the heart of ski season for a few days. But if we wouldn't have cooperation among cooperatives, where we had other co-ops from around the state sending crews and material. We had co-ops from bordering states. We even had IOUs come up and help out. But without that cooperation among cooperatives, that outage would have lasted a heck of a lot longer. And then lastly, concern for community. That too is pretty self-explanatory, but our directors, our employees are all very engaged in our communities, whether through volunteering or running for school boards or legislature. They're very engaged and concerned about the communities. And this talks a little bit more about that as well. Nationally, there's approximately 900 co-ops serving 1 in 8 U.S. citizens. We serve 92% of America's persistent poverty counties. We are truly an all of the above energy mix. I think that term gets overused, but from even the co-ops in Wyoming, we don't generate our own power. Co-ops kind of create co-ops. And so when the distribution co-ops were formed years ago, they decided, well, instead of buying on the open market, let's start our own co-op, and we call them G&Ts, or generation and transmission cooperatives. And that's Basin, that's Tri-State, and we have one more, Deseret, out of Salt Lake City, that serves a small sliver down in the southwest corner of the state. And so the G&Ts, their job is just that. They build the power plants, or they build the solar farms, or the wind farms, or they buy that power, that type of power, depending on what their member owners want. So we're member driven. And if our members want more solar, then we find a way to do it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Like I said, co-ops create co-ops. We formed the distribution co-ops, the G&Ts. We have a cooperative finance bank that was formed and owned by all the cooperatives. We have an insurance company called Federated, formed for the same reason. Instead of buying insurance for everybody on the through the private industry, let's create our own. And that's served us well for over 80 years, all of those. So I'll now drill down to Wyoming. Our co-ops in Wyoming, the collective mission is to provide reliable and affordable power and to empower our communities. Again, this book that you got talks a little bit more about that, empowering our communities. But we have 11 distribution co-ops. My association, WREA, we have 11 distribution co-ops that belong. There are 3 other small distribution systems that are headquartered outside of the state and serve a small population, like Baggs, Clark, Wyoming. And they're associate members, they're non-voting members of the association. I mentioned the G&Ts. We have the 3 G&Ts that provide all requirements power to 10 of our co-ops. Again, Lower Valley Energy up in Representative Yin's country, they get a majority of their power from Bonneville Power, the hydro facilities up in the northwest part of the state. We serve a little over, out of the 98,000 square miles of Wyoming, we cover about 62,000 square miles of that. Our smallest co-op is 170 square miles. Our largest is 15,660. A little over 119,000 meters served in all 23 counties, from the poorest in the state to the richest in the country. And ironically enough, again, that's back to Representative Yin's co-op, the richest county in the country has the cheapest rates in the country. Again, that's the beneficiaries of the hydroelectric program. We have about 35,000 miles of distribution line, which comes out to 3.9 members per mile. So for every mile of line, poles, transformers, all the equipment, for every mile that we build, we serve 3.9 members or owners. So that's very different to my investor-owned brethren that serves more of the population centers. And I used this analogy last week in front of minerals, you know, and I can use it here too. So Rocky Mountain Power serves Riverton and Lander. Why they didn't serve anything in between? Because it wasn't a good return on their investment, and that's not a smack against them. That's the difference in the business models. So the co-ops were formed, and High Plains Power, which is headquartered out of Riverton, serves all those surrounding areas around Lander and Riverton. You can see the map. It's a pretty large co-op size-wise, but so we pick up all the small communities, and then not only the small communities, but the rancher or farmer that lives 20 miles from town. We pick those folks up too. So that's just to kind of paint a picture of what we have to deal with in terms of our density or lack thereof. And all of this is governed by 78 duly elected directors, like I mentioned, and operated by extremely dedicated and competent general managers, linemen, accountants, member relations, numerous inside and outside staff. I won't touch on the Operation Roundup, just to say it's kind of our commitment to community. We raise money to give back to the community in terms of helping families in need or helping a community buy a fire truck. And that's a voluntary program for our members to participate in. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarships between all 11 co-ops and the statewide and our G&Ts. I will talk real quickly and I'll wrap it up. We are not as Chairwoman Throne mentioned, we are not regulated by the PSC for rates. We do have one co-op that is, and that's up in Senator Barlow's neck of the woods, Powder River Energy. In 2006, I believe it was, you all passed a bill that allowed us to go to our membership, our owners, and ask if they wanted to continue to be regulated by the PSC. Our argument for doing that is that we're self-regulated. Like I said, we are nonprofit, so we shouldn't be artificially inflating rates. There is a complaint process in that law. If our co-ops or if one of our owners is not happy with the proposed rate, first they go to the board of directors and the management staff, and they explain why they're doing or the need for it. And if they're not happy with that, then they can go to the PSC. And I know the Senate committee has heard me say this ad nauseum. I'm very proud of the fact that since we passed that law, we haven't had one owner go to the PSC with a complaint. We've had a handful that have gone to the board, and they've left that understanding the need for a rate increase. So I'm very proud about that. And lastly, I'll just talk about a few issues of legislative and regulatory concern if we're talking about what keeps us up at night. At the national level, you've kind of heard it ad nauseum already today. It's death by 1,000 regulations. When the federal government passes a bill with billions of dollars to go to CCUS, and then the EPA comes out with stricter power plant guidelines to close power plants down, you know, you're going to close all these power plants that you just allocated billions of dollars to put CCUS on. Or the BLM or the Forest Service, they just come out with rule and regulation after time that makes it harder and more expensive for us to do our job. And then at the state level, our big concern is protecting our territory, our service territories. That's what this map shows, similar to the map that the PSC had, but this is all the co-op service territories. And we had a bill in the Senate this past year, didn't make it out, that would have put a little legal teeth into the regulatory compact so that you can't cross those boundaries unless there's an agreement between the neighboring utilities. We hope to work with the committee and other stakeholders to bring a similar proposal back. I talked to Senator Case at a future meeting, hoping to have that, because that would be probably our number one priority coming up. There's a lot of other stuff that keeps us up, but those are kind of the big ticket items, and I'm happy to close it up and answer any questions. And thanks again for the opportunity.
There's Scott.
Question, and basically the question is going to be in the reliability area. as I look at my Senate district, majority of the district is in the High Plains REA territory. Majority of my constituents live in town in the Rocky Mountain Power area. And Mr. Chairman, I have the good fortune to be in the High Plains certificated territory. And I say good fortune because as we've had power needs, such as when we put our pivots in, electric center pivots, they've been very easy to work with and been very cooperative on things. I heard Mr. Kaysen earlier say average was it 90 minutes of outage that your average customer has?
Mr. Chairman, for Senator Scott, that was 109 minutes on average for 2022.
And Mr. Chairman, I've had since the end of session from then till now, 2 outages, electric power outages that were both exceeded that 109 minutes. 2 or 3 hours, each one of them. Am I right in thinking at this point, those outages are a product of local transmission problems and having more outages in the rural area is really a function of a grid that is simply not as dense and interconnected in the nature of things as one that's in an urban area? Is that a correct understanding of probably what's going on? It's just in the nature of the place I live that I have that, because it doesn't make any sense to make it disconnected.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly right. You know, even though we're rural and small, comparatively, we are very sophisticated and we're getting better about that. But yeah, if something tripped off, and we identify it, but it takes us 3 hours to get out there to fix it. That the timing wise, just, you know, the sparse, territory that we cover, big territory, but not a lot of infrastructure. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's the product of, geography and not, lack of reliability, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taylor, I just really wanted to reiterate and commend what happened during that outage in Teton Village. It was truly amazing to see all the co-ops come together and see all the trucks come in and make that outage as short as possible, because it was kind of a crazy storm, and having the entire village shut down would have been economically devastating. And being able to put it up as fast as possible was truly amazing, and I'm very proud to be a member of my co-op. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Yin. I don't ever want to see that happen again, but it was kind of amazing to see. And my counterparts around the country, mainly down in the South where they have hurricanes, they have this down to a T, you know, cooperation with cooperatives. And so I was, you know, I wasn't pleased that it happened, but I was very pleased to see the response from the other co-ops as well. So thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Director, it just feels like a lot of the impact that Wyoming has been enduring for the last few years, it feels like to me a lot of that is happening in our cooperative areas. You know, the big cooperative that's been referenced before helps me lift my boat out of the water in Alcova, and it also turns the lights on up in DuBois. So I really appreciate them, love those guys. But I just driving around this previous weekend, there's a lot of new places being built in some of these areas. Do you have what's the forecast? Do you have concerns about the availability of power? Is that becoming an issue at all?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, yeah, supply chain issues. They scare us to death. And that's another federal thing that they say, yeah, we're concerned about the supply chain, mainly transformers is the big one. We're concerned about the supply chain and lack thereof for transformers. And then the Department of Energy comes out with more stringent efficiency standards for transformers. So we can't even get the ones we need. Now they're gonna make it harder to get and more expensive to get. So that is a major concern. And when you talk about, things happening to the co-ops, and I was gonna reference Representative Harrelson a couple years ago was instrumental in getting a bill passed, and then you all added to it appropriating money to the governor's office to push back against out of state and now federal agencies, because our neighbors to the south have done a lot that have really impacted tri-state, which has impacted the 8 co-ops that they provide power to in Wyoming. So some out of state forces that are impacting what we do and what we have to do. That's been very frustrating.
Several of us, I think, were really proud to join in that effort on the tri-state front. I think hopefully we stand ready to do what we can. Appreciate that answer. Thanks, Director.
Mr. Bush? Chair from Black Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bush here representing Black Hills Energy. I'll try to also speed up my presentation as I know we're way over on time already. So quickly, you have these slides that I provided. There's a company overview on the last page of your slide that shows sort of our national footprint. We are in 8 states, primarily natural gas distribution in those 8 states. But you can see we go all the way over to Northwest Arkansas. Most of that growth in the past few years has been through acquisitions, as we've grown by acquiring smaller systems and that sort of thing. So that's all in the blue area across the Midwest. The orange is the electricity generation pieces and the electricity service area territories. You can see some in Colorado, around Pueblo, western South Dakota, and then northeast Wyoming, and in Cheyenne, there's kind of a funky color there because that is, we do natural gas and electricity in Cheyenne. So that's kind of an overview of the company nationally. Drilling down a bit on Wyoming, sorry to go backwards, I know it's a pain for everybody working the computers. In Wyoming, we have 180,000 customers. Again, the blue is natural gas. So we do have a fairly large footprint of natural gas distribution, and many of you probably know us as your natural gas distributor. Electric in Cheyenne, that's served by our, it's known as Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. Mr. Kaysen's very familiar with it. He used to run the utility back some years ago. It's the one that runs the Capitol. So when we're talking about reliability, I want to again apologize to the committee for the power outage that happened during session this year. However, we did get it back on relatively quickly, I think. And then Newcastle, and that area is actually served by Black Hills Power, which is our South Dakota utility. So that's kind of a different area, but still certainly one that we're proud of having. You can see we have our mine up in Gillette, the Wyodak mine. Some of you may have toured it. It is the longest operating surface coal mine in the country, continuously operating coal mine in the country. We still have plenty of reserves to operate that mine until about 2055. If you've driven east on I-90, you've seen the mine on one side of the road. There's a conveyor belt that goes under the interstate. And then our Neil Simpson Power Complex is right on the other side of the interstate. So we dig it, put it on a conveyor, run it over there, crush it down smaller and burn it. So it's a really efficient system. That helps us, in our opinion, keep our costs relatively low. And also, like I said, we're not planning on moving off any of that anytime soon. It's been a good system for us for many years. Other generation facilities, we have our Cheyenne Prairie natural gas facility that we built east of Cheyenne in 2014, if memory serves. That's about 140 megawatts, mostly serving Cheyenne. We also, a couple of years ago, finished a wind project west of Cheyenne. And that's a fairly unique situation, as that is a fully subscribed wind generation facility. That is not something we built to serve all of our customers. It was built primarily to serve customers that were looking for renewable energy and wanted to have something directly that they could hook into. This was a much more efficient way for us to do it for them versus putting solar panels on their roof or building their own renewable sources. So it's 52.5 megawatts. A lot of that goes to Rapid City and South Dakota, to our customers up there. And about, I think it's 17-ish megawatts stays in Cheyenne for those customers that subscribe to that. And it's usually about a 20 or 25-year contract. So very proud of that facility and the unique way that we were able to get that done. Some more quick facts that you can see there. Some of the major communities that we serve. We're, as you can see with our natural gas footprint, we cover quite a bit of the state. 627 megawatts of generation, 438 employees, and 6,550 miles of gas system. A lot of that has been upgraded over the years. We acquired some smaller natural gas distributors a few years ago that needed some attention to their systems. So we've been doing upgrades as quickly and as efficiently as we can to make sure that those are reliable. The next couple pages, like my colleagues, we have a community impact that we like to talk about. We have, like I said, over 400 employees in the state. Many of them are heavily involved in their communities. They're coaches of Little League teams. They're serving on boards and commissions and things like that in their communities. We really encourage that and help them as much as we can to promote those activities that they're doing. I think every weekend in Cheyenne, we're buying a table for whatever nonprofit is having a fundraiser. So all that kind of stuff goes into our support of our communities that we're really proud of. As Commissioner Throne and Director Ornelas both pointed out, it's become a very complicated business in the past several years, producing electricity in particular. We have federal rules from the EPA and other federal agencies that we're trying to balance with state regulations, particularly for us. Colorado is very much on a different path for their electricity generation and energy in general than Wyoming is. So as a company, we're doing everything we can to balance those two states and to continue to serve them, but also realize that it's a very different attitude between the two states. So I think I don't think I have anything else really that I wanted to touch on. And I know, like I said, I'm trying to speed things up as much as possible. If there are any particular questions about Black Hills and our footprint or a company or anything, I'm happy to answer those. But really, that's kind of the main points I wanted to touch on.
Scott, you have a question for Black Hills?
The way the Western power grid operates is Black Hills and your customers in Cheyenne area, are they at risk for blackouts originating from too many renewables in the states served by Rocky Mountain Power? Do grid reliability problems potentially spill over into your area?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I don't think we do as much because we generally have the generation we need to serve our customers on our own. We're not as reliant upon market power or things of that nature. We, as I said, we've got our facility east of Cheyenne, our coal plants up in Gillette, serve the rest of our customer base pretty securely. So we don't have those kinds of issues at this time. We're always analyzing, we're always looking and preparing, of course, and people that know this a lot better than I do up in Rapid City are definitely tracking it, so.
Experience with the massive eastern grid failure in the late 1960s, where failure in Ohio cascaded through the whole system. I'm sure there've been considerable improvements since then in the way grids are set up. But I really am wondering about whether reliability problems in one part of the Western grid is likely to spill over to the whole of the Western grid. And I'm really looking for insight in how that grid works.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I don't think I'm the one that can give you the best answer on that, but I know a lot of people that can. And, you know, certainly for the next meeting, I'd be happy to have one of those folks come down. And if not, we can organize a phone call one-on-one with you to even talk through some of that stuff.
The chairman, that is maybe an important subject for a future meeting.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, not necessarily a question for one utility over the other, but maybe two parts, not really related, but maybe for Black Hills in terms of you're the only natural gas distributor at the tables, and our constituents and customers and all of us impacted severely by natural gas price increases over the course of the past winter. A lot driven by lots of things. It was mentioned to be use of natural gas for electricity as part of it. Certainly, we can't ignore, and it was certainly mentioned by the consumer advocate, that the new exports, what used to be illegal, we didn't export natural gas from the United States, except for with our trading partners, Canada and Mexico. But now LNG, especially to serve Europe in the aftermath of the Ukrainian war, it's just gone crazy with natural gas prices. And we don't, basically, as those pressures continue, say we have an extra hot summer, maybe the wind's not blowing so much and it might be cloudy more, then natural gas will be in tight demand in the summer for electrical generation. We've had some relief from the prices, but I don't know if that will continue. Prospects for Russia reserving Europe with natural gas, I mean, that's kind of far-fetched to think about right now. I think there actually are sales going on between Russia and Europe. It's kind of hard to believe, but to increase and restore, it seems way out there. So what about the natural gas future? And I know first off, Black Hills they're not producing natural gas. They're just distributing it. So they have to take it at the price that they get it for and pass it on. Or some customers buy their gas directly. And we could maybe hear about that aspect. And then I have a more general question after that for the entire panel about their customer mix, but I'll wait. If I could have those two questions first, the first one from Mr. Bush.
Mr. Bush.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, you're exactly right. And as has been testified before by PSC, there is a lot more pressure on natural gas. You know, as those of us in this world follow the consensus revenue estimating group reports, Craig report was really great this year because natural gas was up and it was costing more money than it was 4 or 5 years ago when it was under $2 or less per MCF. Part of that was pressures from other states. When Texas went down in Storm Uri, if I remember the storm names correct, a couple of years ago, generation went down all across Texas. There was a lot of deaths and it really exposed their system for some of the faults that it had. Natural gas spiked and was going for outrageous amounts. We ended up anecdotally spending what we usually spend in a year on natural gas. We spent that in a little over a weekend. because we had to, as much as we try to build our storage up and make sure we have enough to get us through the winter, when there's long, cold winters and demand, we have to react. So there's a lot of pressures on the natural gas world that haven't been there before. And of course, now we're seeing communities trying to ban natural gas for home heating and natural gas appliances. They've walked that back a little bit, but the federal government is sending a lot of mixed signals on what exactly the future of natural gas looks like. So we're continuing to support the system as best we can. We've made, as I said, some system upgrades to some of the utilities that we purchased, smaller utilities that needed some upgrades, getting rid of old pipe and things like that, and updating some of the equipment is not cheap. As Sean, Mr. Taylor talked about in his presentation, supply chain issues have also driven up the cost. What is available is more expensive because there's just not much of it. And that seems to be whether it's natural gas or on the electric side. So we're doing as much as we can to continue to provide that reliable service within the confines of what we're dealing with right now. But there are some other advancements on the horizon with renewable natural gas. Not so much in Wyoming, but in some of our agricultural states like Nebraska and Arkansas and some others, they're trying to grab some of that natural gas, renewable natural gas off of chicken farms and things like that. It is a little bit more expensive, but it's also another option that some folks are looking into, and some companies that have renewable goals is something that they're interested in. So there's a lot of work being done out there to try to find new sources and continue to support the natural gas system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, the natural gas issues affect all these utilities because that's really how we've made the transition this far down our renewable path. But the second question I have, and I want to illustrate a point about the customer mix in Wyoming compared to other states. And I'd like to hear from each utility about that. And the issue is that, when I worked in Illinois, and it's probably still true today, the mix of industrial customers in our utility needs, natural gas or electricity, perhaps especially electricity, was off the top of my head a long time ago, but roughly 20%. Okay, 20% of the utilities load was industrial type customers. What you think of as factories and energy production plants and mines and things like that. In Wyoming, it's a very different thing. And it's the most skewed in the country because I'm sure it's different for each utility, but north of 70%, not 20% like Illinois, but 70% of the load is industrial customers, north of that actually. And that affects some of the challenges that we have here. In Illinois, that what the governor's office used to push on us to keep industrial rates low for economic development reasons, keep these plants open, expand at commerce. And that was easy when you were subsidizing the industrial load with the other 80% of the customer base. In Wyoming, we can't do that. It's 30%. And so what happens is industrial customers, although we saw a slide that had it very low rates for Wyoming, very glad of that. The mix of rate impacts between residential and commercial and industrial customers is different in Wyoming than elsewhere. And if the industrial customers were at the table, they'd tell you that they pay too much in Wyoming, more than they would if they were located in other states. They'll be very blunt about that, and you're going to hear from them. That affects these issues, like Mr. Taylor brought up, the territorial. The customers that are looking to cross the territorial boundary are your big industrials by and large. And so kind of how that customer mix plays into going forward in Wyoming. And the other thing to remember about these customers, and like these gentlemen to address it, is that these customers have alternatives. A lot of the mines produce their own electricity up to a certain extent. Certainly refineries, oil and gas, they have different alternatives too. And so how that all fits together and to serve this very unique load mix of Wyoming, that's not like any other state. I just, I think that's one of the reasons that we're at the table. So can somebody help us with how that impacts your companies? Mr. Taylor, maybe you might want to start first. Mr. Bush is going like this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, it probably impacts the co-ops the most. I was thinking when you were asking the question, we have one co-op that if they were to lose one industrial customer, it could potentially bankrupt the co-op. And that's a scary thing to think about. We have others like Powder River that, you know, serve a majority of the coal mines. And they do generate some of their own electricity, but they were also instrumental in the coal bed methane development back in the late 90s and early 2000s, building out to all the different well sites out in the various counties over there. And then when that went away, they were smart enough, they had planned for it. They knew there was a, you know, definitive life on the coal bed methane production that's still barely alive, but they planned for that so that it didn't impact them as much as it would if it just went away overnight. So yeah, when we have these territorial boundaries, and we're not opposed to allowing another utility come in and serve one of these industrial customers up until a point. And I won't rehash the example that I used during the session, but if there's an agreement between the utilities, and that does happen around the state. Sometimes it's a residential customer or a residential subdivision that there's an agreement between the two utilities, and usually it's for a finite amount of time. You can serve them up until we're ready to or can. So if we have those agreements in place, then it's not as big of a problem. If those agreements aren't in place and we're just losing that load, we being the co-op are just losing that load, that hurts everybody. I mean, because for the co-ops, you know, any load helps with reliability and rate stability. And so we don't want to see those go away, or us not even be able to get them because they're being served in our minds illegally by a neighboring utility. So I think what we're talking about, it probably impacts the co-ops the most.
For I think you all know this, but the customer classifications are industrial, which are your large consumers of power. Then you have your commercial classification, and then the residential. For Rocky Mountain Power, we have 34, 35 large industrial customers. And so they do make up a large portion or consume a large portion of the generation of electricity that we provide. And so it's very important for us to concentrate not only on industrial customers, but all classifications of customers and every customer within those classifications as well. The reliability is part of that as well. As we know in Wyoming, if some of these customers wish to self-generate, they have the authority to do that, and they have the option to do that. We even have self-generation at the residential level and at the commercial level as well. When you think about it, when folks go ahead and install solar panels on their buildings, or even some folks have wind generation on their properties as well. So again, you can do some self-generation in Wyoming if you so choose. Mr. Co-Chairman, you used the fabulous S word of subsidizations within the rate making in that. I think our Public Service Commission has done a fabulous job through the rate making process to not have subsidization between the rate classes, or excuse me, between the customer classes and what have you. Years ago, it was just a flip in Wyoming. When I say years ago, some of you weren't even born, because the commercial and residential customers were subsidizing the residential customers, but that was the practice and it was accepted. But again, I applaud our commission starting in the 1990s to get away from that subsidization. And so when a company comes forward with a rate case, it's based on the actual costs of service to that customer to establish the rates. And we heard about the prudent costs and everything else that is associated with that earlier. And it's incumbent upon the utility then to present the facts of what it costs for that rate classification of customer to be able to have the opportunity to recover their investments as well as the costs and possibly have a little rate of return on that investment and those services as provided. So thank you for bringing up the subsidization, but I think that's very important for our state to recognize that our commission has done a heck of a great job to avoid that. And I hope somewhat answered your question, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I am efforting as much as I can to get that breakdown. I would say, as President Driscoll pointed out yesterday, Cheyenne has seen quite a bit of growth in the past couple of years, specifically in blockchain and some other sort of data center focused industries. And they do use a lot of power. So I would venture a guess that depending on their classification, certainly it's become a heavier piece of our mix. We also have a couple of, there's a chemical facility in town and you know, some of those larger facilities that would be driving that number. So I'm doing the best I can, but I don't have a solid number for you now, right now, other than to say, I think it would definitely be skewed more towards the commercial industrial in the past couple of years as we've seen that growth.
Wrapping this up, Travis, do you have anything you'd like to add to the co-op conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And very briefly, just on behalf of Basin Electric, Mr. Taylor and on the co-op presentation covered everything very well. On behalf of Basin, just wanted to point out a couple of things for the committee. Basin's service area is in 9 states, but looking at Wyoming specifically with the 11 member cooperatives, about 167,000 end users. Of course, Dry Fork and Laramie River are the flagship here in Wyoming for Basin. About 345 employees, 19 substations, and of course working extensively with the state, the University of Wyoming, in the fields of carbon capture with the integrated test center there in Dry Fork. And then for the committee's information, a lot of discussion here today has been around the topic of energy mix, and I looked into that for the committee. Now this is for the Basin as a whole, but not just Wyoming, but Basin as a whole. Their energy mix is 51% coal, and 0.9% nuclear, 6.9% natural gas, 18.5% wind, 0.7% what's referred to as recovered energy. And then as they do also purchase power, depending on various circumstances to service the consumers, that also ended up being 21%. And that could, of course, be a number, that purchase power could come from any of the above sources as well. But by far and away, coal is the power generator of Basin, and for their consumers and the co-ops that they provide for their customers and their power.
My understanding is that the Laramie River Station is a Basin tri-state facility. And do you have, what's your expected continued useful life of that power station?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, yes, you're correct with the Basin and tri-state associated, of course, with Laramie River. As I am not aware of any changes that have, than what's already previously been announced. in keeping with it running, as is, for, you know, the life of the project. But if there's a particular, if there's a specific question there, I'd be happy to, get that on behalf of for the committee.
Do you have a planned closure date on that power plant? That for the foreseeable future going to continue as is?
As is the best that I know of at this point, but I will ask about a potential end date, for the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott. Just 1 second, Representative Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I asked the same question I asked Black Hills. Are you subject to risks involving the whole western power grid if we get too many renewables in the western part of it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, really, I would just echo what Mr. Taylor said earlier there, as far as because of the member-owned nature of it, and certain amount the power that's owned, you know, Dry Fork, et cetera, a little bit, you know, less than probably the whole grid. Certainly, supply chain and other, you know, things are, you know, concerning. But I think that what Mr. Taylor said previously with on behalf of the co-ops is certainly accurate.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of weigh in a little bit on LRS, talking with plant manager, it's been a couple weeks ago. Every facility has its life expectancy that can be extended whenever you do an SCR project or something of that nature. You bring that life expectancy further down the road. So obviously LRS has already exceeded its original life expectancy. 2035 is the line currently. That does not mean a shutdown in 2035. That just means that as they continue to improve the asset, we'll continue to see viability of the asset. So LRS has no close date as of right now. Unit 3 dry scrubber will be our number one concern simply because of its nature. It has been a problem since 79 or 80, probably, whenever it went online. And so it's probably going to be the first unit to be decommissioned, but there's no date on decommissioning. But just to kind of give a little bit of a heads up on that facility, the other thing that I just wanted to kind of ask of the panel and all of the individuals that have commented is, as the legislature, we want to partner with you guys. If you come up with something that you're like, man, this is a solution to a problem that legislatively we can attack, we want to preserve reliability and cost effectiveness of our power. And we know you guys do as well. And so if there's something that you're like, man, if we could get this accomplished, please, we want to partner with you guys and come up with solutions that might, beyond just even statewide solutions, maybe something that could affect that national scene a little bit. I mean, we need to make coal something that's viable again in our nation, and that's the only place that it isn't viable is in the political realm and the environmental realm right now. And we know that there's a lot of dishonesty. I guess that's a harsh word, but the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of twist that's being placed upon what coal actually is producing. And so if we can push back and if we can kind of make coal something, I guess, more palatable across the nation, we want to help in any way we can.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Scott.
Question for Representative Haroldson.
It's a little unorthodox, but okay.
He probably knows more than any of us about Laramie River Station. And do you know, are the various federal regulations designed to put coal out of business? Are they giving trouble at Laramie River Station?
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, the answer is every single coal-fired power plant in the United States is in the crosshairs of the federal government right now. Doesn't matter if it's LRS or any other power plant. There's a bombardment against coal-fired generation and now gas generation as well. And the reason being is because of that persona or that view that we've had. So yes, LRS always is the reality of what just came out of our federal government, the Clean Air Act, is going to make a lot of really rich lawyers, sadly enough. That's the reality, because it's going to go into litigations upon litigations upon litigations. But if they get what they want, then yes, LRS is on the chopping block, as well as every other coal-fired power plant in the systems and in the Midwest. Tri-State is going to definitely feel that. Black Hills is going to feel that. Basin Electric is going to feel that. So yeah, we definitely have a battle raging against us. But this is what I'll say. It isn't because we haven't done a good job with LRS of staying up to date and staying a clean, effective, reliable, and cost-effective power generating facility.
Any other questions for Representative Haraldson? All right. Thanks, Representative Haraldson.
No problem.
All right. And thanks to our utilities. So with that, we will move into public comment with the hope and the goal that maybe we can wrap up public comment in the next 20, 30 minutes, and then we can make it off to lunch, not too far off from our schedule. Yes. Okay, yep. If you're in the Zoom world and you want to participate and provide public comment, you're not obligated to, but if you want to, go ahead and raise your little virtual hand for us. Mr. Winnie, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Winnie from Sublette County. First, I'd like to mention the cooperation Mr. Taylor spoke to. I saw that in spades when Hurricane Hugo hit Charleston. Imagine the grid in Teton County extending for 100 miles around. And we saw the cooperatives and so on rebuild that grid. It took them about 6 weeks, but we had them from all over the East Coast and Midwest. So that's an important thing for you guys to tuck in the back of your mind if it ever comes up in legislation or whatever. This committee is at the crossroads of engineering, law, and bureaucracy. And engineering usually gets submerged under everything else, but it's eventually trumps almost everything else. And a couple examples for you. One, you talked about grid stability. One of the issues you need to keep in mind as we go away from steam plants, from coal-fired steam plants, is rotational inertia within the system. Solar panels and wind generators do not have the same rotational inertia that your steam plants do. And imagine, everybody in California plugs in their electric car at exactly the same moment in time. The system could simply go down because it couldn't handle the surge in power requirements. Probably not really going to happen that way, but that's the example. When we started big fast pumps on my submarine, you could hear the steam turbines kind of go and come back up. Another thing I saw, I lived out on the island of Guam for a couple of years, latitude 8 degrees down in the tropics. And they had an odd weather condition one time where it was cloudy during the day and clear at night. And the temperature got down into the 60s, down near the equator. Somebody like me just put on a flannel shirt, but the people on the island thought the next ice age was coming. And they were blacking out to handle the electric load during that time. So you have to be able to build your grid to 100% of the predicted load. You're going to hear, I think this gentleman here is going to talk to you about the small solar panels pumping power back into the system. You need to build a grid that doesn't count on that. You talked a little bit about the Public Service Commission and so on, and what I heard here this morning is encouraging. I spent 5 tours of duty in the military in my time in the Navy, including 3 of them in the Pentagon, inside a bureaucracy. And what you all need to be aware of, bureaucracies reduce their workload by rules. And they use rules to do what they want to do. And a private person has to figure those rules out, while a business pays somebody to figure those rules out. And so they have a distinct advantage. And the legislature's job is to make sure that meritorious issues, in fact, get up in front of something like the Public Service Commission. You kind of touched on this yesterday when you were talking about the bureaucratic sandbox for companies and getting the system out of the way. Lastly, as we talk about decarbonization, that's a good reason for getting something like the Kemmerer Terra power plant going. And along with that, I think we ought to be taking a look at how do we get our uranium and so on, nuclear fuels going as a mining industry back in the state. There's been a 2-year delay in putting up that Terra power plant because they were going to source uranium from one of the old Russia or Soviet, I believe it was I can't pronounce it right, Kazakhstan, and they're going to delay because of the Ukraine thing. And so, you know, if we want to protect consumers like Senator Scott has spoken to here, getting those plants going, I think is a good thing. And that plant can go up power very quickly. It's designed for a 345 megawatt electrical reactor plant and a 500 or so megawatt electrical steam plant. The reactor plant can go up power very, very quickly. The limiting factor in going up power as you have these big loads is the design of the steam plant. If you look at naval plants like I served on, they can go up power 10% per second. So they can go up very, very quickly. So those peak demands make a big difference to what you design out there, but there are some other workarounds. I saw Lower Valley Energy, I'm in that region on the map. They were able to sidestep some years ago building an additional transmission line into their district by putting out a little mechanism that you could put on your hot water heater that gave them the ability to turn off your hot water heater during peak loads like early morning coffee, 6:30 to 9 in the morning. They also gave people $15 a month off on their electric bill for a year or so. And so they completely avoided that additional transmission line. So there's lots of engineering workarounds, and you need to make sure that you pay attention to that as you contemplate legislation and how you keep things going, keep things where you want to protect the consumers of the state. Subject to your questions, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Mr. Winnie? All right, thank you, Mr. Winnie. Mr. Merkel, I'm actually gonna jump over to the virtual world real quick and then I'll come back to you. I have Miss Bridgerman.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Abby Brigerman. Excuse me. Chairman Case, Chairman Olson, and the members of the committee here today. Thank you for having me here virtually. Again, my name is Abby Brigerman. I'm an attorney at Holland & Hart, and I represent the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, or WIEC. It's an unincorporated association of approximately 20 large industrial customers, all of whom take service from Rocky Mountain Power. Collectively, WIEC members represent approximately half of Rocky Mountain Power's Wyoming load. They are major producers of natural gas, oil, trona, soda ash, phosphates, and sulfuric acid. WIEC members employ thousands of people in Wyoming and make up a sizable percentage of Wyoming's economy in terms of both jobs created and taxes paid. Employees of WIEC members work in most of the state's counties. WIEC has been in existence for over 20 years, and it actively participates in proceedings before the Public Service Commission. WIEC's goal is to keep the cost of electricity low while ensuring service is reliable. For WIEC members, the cost of electricity is one of the most significant, if not the most significant, costs of doing business in Wyoming. A WIEC member's monthly electric bill can be in the millions of dollars. Low electricity bills are vital to the health of WIAC member businesses and also critically important to the state of Wyoming to be able to compete for businesses. Recently, Rocky Mountain Power ratepayer bills have been increasing and not at a modest rate. About 10 to 15 years ago, Wyoming used to have some of the lowest electricity rates for industrial customers in the country, but things have dramatically changed. Right now, Wyoming's industrial rates rank 26th of all of the states in the country, including Washington, D.C. So that's 26 out of 51, right in the middle of the pack. That's data from the Energy Information Administration, which I know we've been talking about. There was some discussion before about average rates. I am talking specifically about industrial rates. This has affected Wyoming's competitive edge for attracting industrial businesses. Many of our members have invested in behind-the-meter generation to self-supply power because of this. Recently, the Public Service Commission held a technical conference aimed at providing legal clarity on the right to self-supply, and WIAC has been supportive of this. Currently, there are 2 pending cases before the Public Service Commission that threaten to increase WIAC member rates at extraordinary levels. First is Rocky Mountain Power's general rate case, which proposes to raise rates by 21.6% on average. For some WIAC members, it will be up to a 25% rate increase. Those rates are proposed to go into effect January 1st, 2024. The second case is the Energy Cost Adjustment Mechanism, or ECAM proceeding. This is an annual case in which Rocky Mountain Power seeks to recover the difference between base net power costs, as they're set in a general rate case, and actual net power costs incurred in the prior calendar year. That difference is subject to a sharing band, and that sharing band is intended in part to incentivize the Rocky Mountain Power to keep its net power costs low. The ECAM proceeding proposes to increase rates by 7.4% on average, although for industrial customers, it's as high as 8.9%. In these cases, and will be fighting to keep rates affordable. One of the most important aspects of these rate cases that I want to make sure the committee is aware of, and this is something that's been touched upon today in discussions, is that there's almost zero subsidization across customer classes. Industrial ratepayers pay for their class cost of service, commercial customers pay for their own class cost of service, and the same goes for residential ratepayers. In other words, Rocky Mountain Power's rates are set so that each customer class pays for the costs they incur. To the extent that WIAC is able to keep rates down for industrial customers, those costs do not get shifted to another customer class. And in fact, a lot of the positions that WIAC takes in rate cases benefits residential customers as well, helping to keep their rates down too. But should the rate increases go into effect as proposed by Rocky Mountain Power, all of Wyoming's ratepayers will be hit hard, very, very hard. And I should emphasize that any increase in electric rates hurts, whether while it may seem that it's imposed on Rocky Mountain Power itself, it in fact flows through directly to ratepayers who pay for it. WIAC would like this committee to know that it is available should the committee have any questions about the cost to do business in Wyoming in the face of immense increases in electricity rates. I know many of you know Bob Jensen, who assists WIAC in its legislative matters. He is also available for contact. Thank you very much for your time today, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
All right, committee questions for Ms. Briggerman? Yes, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I do want to warn her that she's been out a couple of times. We didn't hear quite everything she said. But my question is, if we start getting costs that were incurred in previous years on a major scale, and they want to carry them forward to newer and current ratepayers, what's your thoughts on how we ought to handle that issue? Because we're starting to hear that there may be massive costs in reclamation for previous generation, particularly dating back quite a few years to when they were using some ash disposal processes, Mr. Chairman, that now wouldn't be allowed. And the feds may force the issue. How do we handle that? You're an attorney and we're looking for free legal advice.
Ms. Bingaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott. So the way rate making works is that Rocky Mountain Power applies for a rate increase using what's called a test year. They will take a specific year and look at the expenses they expect to or have incurred in that year and adjust it generally for known and measurable changes. They will also request a specific return on equity be applied to that revenue requirement. And in this case, Rocky Mountain Power is proposing to increase its return on equity from its existing 9.5% to 10.3%. But that is how rates are generally set. We will come in and examine Rocky Mountain Power's books and take a look at what they anticipate are going to be their costs, but it's based on a test year. And that test year is used to set rates until the next general rate case. And Rocky Mountain Power and any regulated utility is responsible for controlling its actual costs within those set rates. In a rate case, we are generally very conscientious and concerned about intergenerational imposition of costs, where a cost incurred years before will actually be paid farther down the line by a different customer group, so to speak, who may not have been there to incur the costs. That's something we guard against in making sure that, somebody down the line isn't saddled with a cost that they did not incur. So that is part of the rate making case and process that we go through. Hope that answers your question, Senator Scott.
It does in part. It sounds like that they feel that the costs from previous years should not be carried forward on the new customers. What do we do to prevent that from happening?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott. It's the active participation in these rate cases to make sure that that does not incur. We will be participating with a lot of experts that we have employed to help us in this case and presenting a case to the commission. I'm conscientious of the fact that the commission may still be in the room, and so don't want to get into the details quite yet, but these are positions we take a very close look at when we are going through the discovery process, which we are doing right now.
Chairman Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there's been some great testimony today and challenging a little bit the conclusion that all the customer classes don't subsidize one another. I just push back a little bit on that. It's kind of based on a theory of if we take all the costs and divide them up by some criteria and don't look ahead at what's happening. There's kind of two cost theories in the regulatory world in terms of setting rates. One is very forward-looking, looking at the marginal costs. What are the marginal future costs that are coming on the system, and who's imposing them, or how are they getting imposed, and what will those impacts be? Versus what are the historical average costs divided on a per unit basis by some arbitrary allocation mechanism, whether it's number of customers, amount of utility used, what have you. Two very different cost philosophies. Wyoming has tended to use the average or embedded cost. You get different conclusions if you look at forward-looking costs in a marginal sense. Not saying that that's all that is black or white, but it does color the discussion of who actually are driving the cost of the system as we move forward. And I do hope that we'll be exploring that more as we go forward. I appreciate Ms. Bigerman's input on that. And I'm sure another thing that Senator Scott, you keep getting very close to this with your questions about past environmental increases or assets. As the electric utility industry transitions, there'll be other kinds of costs in terms of stranded assets that may not have an environmental component, but are no longer are going to be participate in producing electricity like they used to. And these are not just generation assets, they're all types of assets. How we recover those stranded costs, so to speak, especially if the system becomes more competitive, which is, I think, one thing that industrial customers would very much like. They'd like more competition, more choices. Totally understand that. That will also drive this stranded cost thinking. And we may be going down the line to more competition, even if we don't necessarily want to in Wyoming. And certainly if we go down routes like RTOs and things that really force us kind of to pay attention to marginal costs of electricity at the moment, we'll almost be there. So there's a lot going on. And Senator Scott, you're right on top of it as usual. Ms. Bigerman, that was really excellent testimony. Welcome to comment on anything I ask about.
Ms. Briggerman? You have any comments? You don't have to, but if you'd like.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I will add just for context that's somewhat special about Rocky Mountain Power's rate case and rate setting proceedings is that each customer class is supposed to keep their class cost of service within a 99 to 101% sharing band, or it's not sharing band. And that is, I don't want to say unique to Rocky Mountain Power, but that's very special. And that's one of the ways we ensure that subsidization is kept to an absolute minimum. And so when WIAC advocates its positions, none of its positions will force costs into another customer class. And then, for example, when we will be arguing for a lower our return on equity that Rocky Mountain Power has advocated for, that's not going to surprise anybody. That will benefit everybody, all customer classes. And so I just wanted to provide a little more context on what I meant when I was referring to subsidization. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Senator Scott.
Another issue I'm particularly concerned about, it appears to me that there may be a perverse incentive going on here with particularly the Rocky Mountain Power. It sounds like the rate of return they may be getting on their capital in the rate cases may exceed their actual cost of capital. And this may be giving them an incentive to want to get rid of old, fully depreciated power assets and replace them with brand new ones that they can earn more return on. And I wanted to ask Ms. Bigerman, is that an issue that we need to be concerned about? Is that something that's adequately dealt with in the rate cases, or do we need legislation in that area?
Ms. Briggerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott. It's true that Rocky Mountain Power does not earn a return on fully depreciated assets. Generally, the assets, their depreciable lives are adjusted periodically over time to what their anticipated actual life will be. And so the depreciated life tends to coincide with its actual life as adjusted over time. So I believe it's something that's adequately addressed in rate cases themselves and through depreciation studies, which are separate, which are studies that are generally conducted and introduced by Rocky Mountain Power in these cases. I don't I don't believe there's any, sitting here today, I don't think there's a legislative need in that respect. I think it's adequately addressed by the commission through rate cases.
All right, let's bring Mr. Murphy in. Thank you again for your comments. Very helpful, very insightful.
Good day, Mr. Chairman and members of the Corporations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I know we have lunch coming up, so I will scoot on through these comments and keep them quick. My name is Michael Murphy, and I'm a co-founder of BCB Cheyenne, a Wyoming LLC doing business under the name Bison Blockchain. I'd like to provide an update on one of the largest electric utility power deals in the state of Wyoming. I'm joined today by Bison Blockchain's co-founders, Emery Patterson and Neil Phippen, as well as my brother, Sean Murphy. Some of you may know my brother for his advocacy the last 2 years for economic development and legislative policy with electrical utilities. I was born and raised in Casper, Wyoming. I was a valedictorian of the class of 2000 at Natrona County High School. Like so many of my generation, after college and graduate school, I did not return to Wyoming. I couldn't. There weren't jobs and opportunities for me in the state. I founded my first technology company in 2006 and have built and sold 2 companies since then. Instead of looking for a company to work for, I found a calling building companies. I'm an entrepreneur. I create jobs and opportunities. Instead of being like so many who leave and don't ever come back, the brain drain, as I'm told it's called in Wyoming, my brother and I were looking to come back to build a business and create jobs in the state. We desired to give back to our home state, inspired by 2 well-known entrepreneurs and philanthropists whose street we grew up on as kids, the late Mick and Susie McMurray. As you all know, Wyoming has been our country's energy breadbasket for decades and is a pioneer and national leader in blockchain. It has been Wyoming's legislator, many of you on this committee today, who have led this charge in blockchain and look to diversify our energy industry. My partners and I watched as things developed in Wyoming, looking for an opportunity to return and start a new business at the intersection of the Wyoming energy industry and its burgeoning future in blockchain. In 2021, we saw our chance. Black Hills Energy published an RFP, a request for proposal, to provide over 100 megawatts for heavy load industrial power customers under their newly created BCIS tariff. About 14 companies, give or take, responded to this RFP, representing over 1 gigawatt of demand for electrical power. The demand was agnostic to generation type. Most of these companies were Chinese, including BitDeer, the company Tyler Lindholm was wooing to Wyoming, and YZY Capital, a company Matt Kaufman and his firm Hathaway and Coons represented and attempted to win the Black Hills RFP for. At the end of the day, BitDeer, YZY Capital, and all of the others were not selected by Black Hills. Bison Blockchain, a Wyoming company, won the RFP for an initial 75 megawatts of power. This was spread around 2 business parks outside Cheyenne, North Range Business Park and Campstool Business Park. At North Range, across the street from Microsoft, Walmart, In-Car, Wyoming, and the Warren Air Force Base, our economic development proposal to Cheyenne leads was a critical piece of our overall plan. We committed to creating 20 permanent jobs for Wyomingites, in addition to sourcing much of the site build out to local contractors. And at the other location, just outside Campstool Business Park, we applied for and were granted a 2-acre special use lease by the State Board of Land Commissioners. We had planned to use this land to develop an additional 15 to 30 megawatts of capacity after delivering on the initial 75 megawatts for Black Hills, which would have led to over $1 million in revenue for the state of Wyoming over the term of our 10-year lease. It would be a win-win-win for Bison Blockchain, Black Hills Energy, and the state of Wyoming. With that as a background, I'd like to share an update. Simply put, it's not a good day for Bison Blockchain and Wyoming economic development, ladies and gentlemen. In order to make our project happen, we partnered with a company to help finance the sites. It represented itself as a diverse, multinational, limited partnership that we later came to find out was a conglomerate of Chinese companies. Bison Blockchain's role was to assist in implementing the project and then to manage operations of the facilities with local employees. Several months ago, in March, in the days before the North Range site was just about to energize and mine its first Bitcoin, our Chinese finance partner refused to pay us for 2 months of work and removed us as operators of the site. As a result, Bison Blockchain has suffered a significant financial loss of income, which we had expected to earn per our contract with our Chinese partners. And the state of Wyoming has lost 20 new jobs in the emerging blockchain field, as the Chinese are now sourcing laborers from China to come to Wyoming to operate the site. We have filed suit in federal court against our former Chinese partners for breach of contract and are committed to seeing our case through until justice is served. I'm here today because the Chinese are using Wyoming's power. They are in our state profiting, and more are coming. Instead of 20 local jobs being created, the Chinese are staffing and operating the project with foreign nationals. And what's more, we've learned the Chinese are now expanding the project and will likely be getting even more power from Black Hills, power which we had hoped to use for the good of a Wyoming company, employing even more Wyomingites. None of this is good, not for us, not for the state, and not for the people of Wyoming. We wanted you as Wyoming's leaders to know what has happened and to consider the seriousness of these events. We request that you take appropriate legislative action to defend the interests of Wyoming, its businesses, and its residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Any questions for Mr. Murphy? So co-chairman Case.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Murphy, thank you very much for that. The jaws are kind of laying on the table here, so. But what actions would you suggest this committee do?
Mr. Chairman, was that a question for me? I couldn't hear.
But you said you had hoped that we would take appropriate legislative action, and we're just sitting here trying to soak it all in, still in awe in what you're telling us. And the question is, do you have specific legislative action in your mind that we could take?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At this time, I don't have any specific recommendations to offer up, but it's something that we can come back with in future sessions and have specific recommendations for you. Today, we saw this more as just an opportunity to provide an update as to what has happened.
Well, we would very much welcome the opportunity for you to share with us.
Absolutely.
Co-chairman Case.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Murphy, thank you very much. Forgive me, but so you were electric consumer, large industrial electric consumer, but you were responding to an RFP from Black Hills Energy, and it sounded like you were going to supply electricity. Was that because you were going to be interruptible, or were you building a battery facility? I'm sorry, I missed the curve there, and I really apologize. You mentioned a 2-acre site, and you were going to supply, so help me with that one.
Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, thank you. We were not going to supply, we were going to be users of the electricity for our site. This was on Black Hills BCIS tariff, their interruptible service, and we would be consuming power from Black Hills at 2 different locations in Cheyenne. Does that answer
Mr. Murphy?
the question?
It does. Yes, thank you for that. Any additional questions for Mr. Murphy? All right, again, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else online wishing to testify? Okay. All right. Let's go to the room. Mr. Merklin, welcome.
Last but not least, that's fine.
Well, let me ask, is there anyone else in the wishing to testify? You really are last. All right. So you stand between us and lunch.
I know, I agree. I'm diabetic. I need to eat too. So, my name is Dick Merklin. I represent the Wyoming Solar Coalition. I had the LSO people hand out a handout to you. I hope all of you got that. I'm not going to read that today. I'll try and be as brief as possible. First of all, I want to thank David Bush's company, the Black Hills, for lowering my electric bill. I bet you never thought you'd hear me say that. They dropped 6 cents a kilowatt hour off about 2 months ago. went from 0.12276 down to 0.7889. Thank you, Black Hills Energy. If you're still here. I will show you this just for comparative sake. I don't have a copy of the other individuals that live in the Cheyenne area. I compared their bills. They're non-owners of renewable systems. And our costs that Black Hills is charging all of us are exactly the same. There are no subsidies being given by those who do not have renewable systems on their property. None. They're identical. If any of you would care to have copies of these, please let me know and I'll see that you get them. I don't have it in the handout for you this afternoon. I'm sorry about that. During the testimony today and the questions that Senator Scott asked, he asked more than twice about how much would be too much renewables to have a work in an adverse manner on the grid reliability. Those of us who have these systems in the state of Wyoming are about 1.5% or less now. I don't know what they will be 10 years from now. No one does. But right now we're at 1.5%. And you've got to realize that we, as of April 23, those of us who have renewable resource energy systems, the state of Wyoming is currently at 41 state for solar and wind projects. I have 6 reams of paperwork at home listing renewable resource energy systems, projects in the West and in the Midwest. I'm talking about 3,000 pieces of paper, but that's how many projects. And Wyoming is 41st out of 51 states. We need to do better with that. And I think renewable resource energy systems are the way to go. We are actually a helpmate with regards to the power that we produce for ourselves, the power that we produce to put back onto the grid. In my case, Black Hills Energy, we're helpmates. We save them on their infrastructure, their system costs, and a whole host of other things. We help them in times of need to prevent the grids from going down. I had the opportunity to travel around Lander. This is the first time I've been here in probably 50 years. And I couldn't help but notice the amount of solar that is on the rooftops of homes and businesses, and especially NOLS. That building is covered from one end to the other with solar panels. So it's coming. We need to stop fighting it and work together. This committee, Public Service Commission, and I'm here to say today, I'm willing to work with any and all of you to come up with some solutions that'll help all of us instead of picking on those of us that have renewable systems. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have answer any questions if I can.
Questions for Mr. Merklin? Yes, Senator Scott.
Comment. My concern primarily in the renewables is in the large scale commercial wind, the solar developments, large scale commercial, that are largely outside the state, but the wind ones are here. And those, I think, dwarf the anything that the small generators are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, thank you for clarifying that. And I realize Cheyenne has got a new wind farm going in south of town as we speak. And ironic thing is they're gonna have to run a transmission line over to hook into Black Hills Energy. So, anyway, with that, any other questions? Because we all need to get to lunch.
All right. Yes, Co-Chairman Case.
Thank you very much, and I do want to thank Mr. Merkland for coming to Lander and testifying on this issue. For the committee, I think it's something we're going to learn about. It's a little bit more complicated than perhaps what we think. I think there's a clue in the results when we talk about the fact that each class of service stands on its own, as Ms. Bingaman said. So that means that rate shifts that happen within a class of service are impacting that entirety of the class of service. In the case of Rocky Mountain Power Territory, it's the residential payers. And so, we all have an obligation to contribute to the fixed costs and reliability of the system. And if all of us need the system badly on a dark night when the wind doesn't blow, some people, and if you don't have batteries, you're not supporting the system. So this is kind of the issues we need to explore. I welcome working with Mr. Merkland, and but I will challenge that there definitely are shifting impacts between have and have not customers in the residential class. And until we get an equal assessment of the common costs of the system or cost causer based system in place, which the PSC could do if they were setting these rates to a just and reasonable standard, we will have subsidies within the residential class. We do have subsidies within the residential class, which will grow into the future from net metering customers. But there's ways to fix it. And there's ways to fix it that would make it a good deal for everybody going forward, not just the people that have the facilities on their rooftops. I hope we're going to be open-minded to look into that and continue that exploration. Remember, this electricity journey is a 2-year journey for the committee, and I appreciate you all being on it. Thank you, Mr. Merkle.
All right, any other public comment? No, thank you, Mr. Merkland.
Thank you.
All right. With that committee, we have fallen behind. And we do have people who have traveled here to hear testimony and to give testimony. So keeping all that in mind, I have 2 options for you that I would propose for lunch. One would be a half-hour lunch, go grab something, come back and eat while we continue to work through. And that might get us pretty darn close back on schedule. Another option would be if you'd like, maybe we seem to get it done in an hour and 15 minutes last time. Maybe we could do it in an hour. What are your feelings, committee? Are you opposed to a quick lunch with a continue working? Would you like? Are you good with that? 30 minutes, 2 hours? Okay, a little bit of a difference there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go with a 30-minute lunch. Well, you know what? Let's just skip lunch. No, okay. 30-minute lunch. Let's go grab some food, come back. And then we'll try to get ourselves caught back up.